What's poppin'? Aztec Part 4. Um, I was re-listening to some of Part 3, and I felt like that was a little bit weak, maybe a little monotone, a little bit boring. So I apologize for that. Um, yeah, I'm gonna try and do better this time. Here we go. Sanctified, Caesarian, Catholic Majesty, the Emperor Don Carlos, our Lord King. Most virtuous Majesty, our sagacious monarch, from the city of Mexico, capital of New Spain, this feast day of the circumcision, in the year of our Lord 1529, greeting. With heavy heart but submissive hand, your chaplain again forwards to your Imperial Majesty, as again commanded, yet another collection of the writings dictated to date by our still resident Aztec, or Asmodeus, as your Majesty's servant is increasingly inclined to think of him. This humble cleric can sympathize with your Majesty's wry comment that the Indian's Chronicle is considerably more informative than the fanfarondas we hear incessantly from the newly entitled Marquess, the Senor Cortes himself, who is currently favoring us with his attendance at court. And even a grieved and morose bishop can perceive your Majesty's wry joke when you write that the Indians' communications are the first we have received from New Spain, not attempting to wheedle a title, or a vast allotment of the conquered lands, or a loan. But, sire, we stand aghast when you report that your royal self and your courtiers are entirely rapt and enthralled at the reading aloud of these pages. We trust we do not take lightly our pledges as a subject of your most eminent Majesty, but our other sacred oaths oblige us to warn most solemnly, ex officio et de fides, against any further indiscriminate dissemination of this foul history. Your astute Majesty can hardly have failed to notice that the earlier pages have treated, casually, without remorse or repentance, of such sins as homicide, prolicide, suicide, anthropophagy, incest, harlotry, torture, idolatry, and breach of the commandment to honor father and mother. If, as it has been said, one's sins are wounds of one's soul, this Indian soul is bleeding at every pore. But, in case the more sly insinuations somehow escaped your Majesty's attention, allow us to point out that the scurrilous Aztec has dared to suggest that his people boast of some vague lineal descent from a lord and lady pair, a pagan parody of Adam and Eve. He also suggests that we Christians ourselves are idolatrous of a whole pantheon comparable to the seething host of demons his people worshipped. With equal blasphemy, he has implied that such holy sacraments as baptism and absolution through confession, and even the petition in for grace before a meal, were observed in these lands, antedating and independent of any knowledge of our Lord and his bestowal of the sacraments. Perhaps his most vile sacrilege is to aver, as your Majesty will shortly read, that one of the previous heathen rulers of these people was born of a virgin. Your Majesty makes an incidental inquiry in this latest letter. Though we ourselves have set in on the Indian storytelling sessions from time to time, and will continue to do so, time permitting, to put to him specific questions or to demand elaboration on some of his comments we have read, we must deferentially remind your Majesty that the Bishop of Mexico has other pressing duties which preclude our personally verifying or disproving any of this prattler's boasts and asseverations. However, Your Majesty asks information regarding one of his more outrageous assertions, and we sincerely hope that the query is merely another of your jovial sovereign's good-humored jests. In any case, we must reply, No, sire. We know nothing of the properties the Aztec ascribes to the root called barbasco. We cannot confirm that it would be worth its weight in gold as a commodity of Spanish commerce. We know nothing about it that would silence the chatter of the ladies of the court. The very suggestion that our Lord God could have created a vegetable efficacious in averting the conception of Christian human life is repugnant to our sensibilities, and an affront to... Pardon the ink blot, sire. Our agitation afflicts our pen hand. But satis super gay. As your Majesty commands, the friars and the young lay brother will continue setting down these pages, until, in time, we pray, your Majesty commands that they be relieved of their pitiable duty, or until they themselves can no longer bear the task. We think we are not breaching the confidence of the confessional, if we merely remark that in these last months the brothers' own confessions have become phantasmatical in the extreme, and blood-curdling to hear, and necessitating the most exigent penances for absolution. May our Redeemer and Master, Jesus Christ, be always your Majesty's consolation and defense against all the wiles of our adversary, is the constant prayer of your SCCM's chaplain, Ecce Signum, Zumaraca. The other side of the hill was even more beautiful than the side facing Lake Texcoco. The slope was gentle. The gardens undulated downward and away below me, variously formal and informal, glinting with ponds and fountains and bathing pools. There were long sweeps of green lawn, on which grazed a number of tame deer. There were shady groves of trees, and an occasional tree standing alone, which had been clipped and pruned into the living statue of some animal or bird. Toward the bottom of the hill there were many buildings, large and small, but all most handsomely proportioned, and set at comfortable distance from one another. I believed I could even make out richly dressed persons moving about on the walkways between the buildings. Anyway, there were moving dots of brilliant colors. The Chaltechan Palace of the Lord Red Heron had been a commodious building, and impressive enough, but the Texcotzinco Palace of the Yue Tlatoani Nezahualpili was an entire, self-contained, pastoral city. The top of the hill, where I stood, was wooded with the oldest of the old cypress trees, some of them so big around that perhaps 12 men with arms outstretched could not have encircled their trunks, and so tall that their gray-green feathery leaves merged into the azure of the sky. I looked about, and, though they were cleverly concealed by shrubbery, I espied the big clay pipes that watered those gardens, and the city below. As well as I could judge, the pipes led away in the distance to an even higher mountain to the southeast, whence no doubt they brought the water from some pure spring, and distributed it by letting it seek its own level. Because I could not resist lingering to admire the various gardens and parklands through which I descended, it was getting well on toward sundown when I finally emerged among the buildings at the bottom of the hill. I wandered along the flower-bordered white gravel paths, meeting many people, richly mantled noblemen and women, knights in plumed headgear, distinguished-looking elderly gentlemen. Every one of them graciously gave me a word or a nod of greeting, as if I belonged there. But I was shy of asking any of those fine folk exactly where I did belong. Then I came upon a young man of about my own age, who seemed not to be occupied with any urgent business. He stood beside a young buck deer that was just beginning to sprout antlers, and he was idly scratching the nubs between its ears. Perhaps ungrown antlers are itchy. At any rate, the deer appeared to be enjoying the attention. "Mishpan Cinco, brother," the young man greeted me. I supposed that he was one of Nezahualpili's offspring, and took me for another. But then he noticed the basket I carried, and said, "You are the new Meechli." I said I was, and returned his greeting. "I am Huitshotl," he said, the word meaning willow. "We already have at least 3 other Meechlis around here, so we will have to think of a different name for you." Feeling in no great need of yet another name, I changed the subject. "I have never seen deer walk among people like this, uncaged, unafraid. We get them when they are fawns. The hunters find them, usually when a doe has been killed, and they bring them here. There is always a wet nurse about, with full breasts, but no baby to tend at the moment, and she gives suck to the fawn. I think they all grow up believing they are people. Have you just arrived, Meechli? Would you like to eat, to rest?" I said yes, yes, and yes. I really do not know what I am supposed to do here, or where to go. My father's first lady will know. Come, I will take you to her." "I thank you, Huishotzen," I said, calling him Lord Willow, for I had obviously guessed right. He was a son of Nezahualpili, and therefore a prince. As we walked through the extensive palace grounds, the deer ambling along between us, the young prince identified for me the many edifices we passed. One immense building of 2 floors ran around 3 sides of a gardened central court. The left wing, Willow told me, contained the rooms of himself and all the other royal children. In the right wing dwelt Nezahualpili's 40 concubines. The central portion contained apartments for the revered speakers, counselors, and wise men who were always with him, whether he resided in his city or country palace, and for other Tlamatintin, philosophers, poets, men of science whose work the speaker was encouraging. In the grounds about were dotted small marble-pillared pavilions to which a Tlamatini could retire if he wanted to write or invent or predict or meditate in solitude. The palace proper was a building as huge and as beautifully ornamented as any palace in Tenochtitlan. 2 floors high, and at least 1,000 man's feet in frontage, it contained the throne room, the speaking council chambers, ballrooms for court entertainments, quarters for the guardsmen, the hall of justice where the Yue Tlatoani regularly met with those of his people who had troubles or complaints to lay before him. There were also Nezahualpili's own apartments, and those of his 7 wedded wives. Altogether, 300 rooms, said the prince. Then he confided, with a grin, and all sorts of concealed passages and stairways, so my father can visit one wife or another without the others getting envious. We dismissed the deer and entered the great central doorway, a night sentry on either side snapping to attention, spears vertical, as we passed them. Willow led me through a spacious hall hung with featherwork tapestries, then up a broad stone staircase and along a gallery carpeted with rushes, to the elegantly appointed chambers of his stepmother. So the second person I met was that Tolana Tekiupil, whom the old man on the hill had mentioned, the first lady and noblest of all the noble women of the Akalhua. She was conversing with a beetle-browed young man, but she turned to give us an inviting smile and a gesture to enter. Prince Willow told her who I was, and I bent to make the motion of kissing the earth. The Lady of Tolan, with her own hand, gently lifted me from my kneeling position, and, in turn, introduced me to the other young man. My eldest son, Ichtalil Shotishal. I immediately dropped to kiss the earth again, for this third person I had met so far was the Crown Prince Black Flower, ordained heir to Nezahualpili's throne of Texcoco. I was beginning to feel a little giddy, and not just from bobbing up and down. Here was I, the son of a common warrior, meeting three of the most eminent personages in the one world, and all three in a row. Black Flower nodded his black eyebrows at me. Then he and his half-brother departed from the room. The First Lady looked me up and down, while I covertly studied her. I could not guess her age, though she must have been well along into middle age, at least 40, to have a son as old as the Crown Prince Black Flower. But her face was unlined and lovely and kindly. "Meachly, is it?" she said. "But we already have so many Meachleys among the young folk, and oh, I am so bad at remembering names." "Some call me Tozani, my lady." "No, you are much bigger than a mole. You are a tall young man, and you will be taller yet. I shall call you Head Nodder." "As you will, my lady," I said, with an inward sigh of resignation. "That is also my father's nickname." "Then we will both be able to remember it, will we not? Now, come, and I will show you your quarters." She must have pulled a bell rope or something, because when we stepped out of the room, there was waiting a litter chair borne by two burly slaves. They lowered it for her to get in and sit down, then lofted her along the gallery, down the stairs, keeping the chair carefully horizontal, out of the palace and into the deepening dusk. Another slave ran ahead, carrying a pine pitch torch, and still another ran behind, carrying the lady's banner of rank. I trotted alongside the chair. At the three-sided building that Willow had already pointed out to me, the Lady of Tolan led me inside, up the stairs and around several corners, far into the left wing. "There you are," she said, swinging open a door made of hides stretched on a wooden frame and varnished stiff. It was not just leaned in place, but pivoted in sockets, top and bottom. The slave carried the torch inside to light my way, but I stuck only my head in, saying uncertainly, "It seems to be empty, my lady. But of course, this is yours." I thought in a Kalmakak all the students were bunched together in a common sleeping room. I dare say, but this is an annex of the palace, and this is where you will live. My lord husband is contemptuous of those schools and their teacher priests. You are not here to attend a Kalmakak. Not attend? But, my lady, I thought I came to study. And so you shall, very hard indeed, but in company with the palace children, those of Nizihualpili and his nobles. Our children are not taught by unwashed zealot priests, but by my lord husband's own chosen wise man. Every teacher already noted for his own work in whatever it is he teaches. Here you may not learn many sorceries or invocations to the gods, head nodder, but you will learn real, true, useful things that will make you a man of worth to the world. If I was not already gaping at her by then, I was the next moment, when I saw the slave go about with his torch, lighting beeswax candles stuck in wall sconces. I gasped. A whole room just for myself? Then the man went through an arch into another room, and I gasped. 2 of them? Why, my lady, this is almost as big as my family's whole house. You will get used to comfort, she said, and smiled. She almost had to push me inside. This is your room for studying. That one yonder is your sleeping chamber. Beyond it is the sanitary closet. I expect you will want to use that one first, to wash after your journey. Just pull the bell rope, and your servant will come to assist you. Eat well and have a good sleep, head nodder. I will see you again. The slave followed her out of the room and shut the door. I was sorry to see such a kind lady leave, but I was also glad, for now I could scurry around my apartment, veritably like a mole, peering nearsightedly at all its furnishings and appointments. The study room had a low table and a cushioned low Ikpali chair to sit on, and a wickerwork chest that I could keep my clothes and books in, and a lava rock heating brazier, already laid with Michkiril logs, and a sufficiency of candles so that I could study comfortably even after dark, and a mirror of polished tezcatl, the rare clear crystal that gave a definitive reflection, not the cheaper dark kind in which one's face was only dimly visible. There was a window opening, with a split cane covering that could be rolled up and dropped shut by means of a string arrangement. The sleeping chamber contained no woven reed pallet, but a raised platform, and on that some 10 or 12 thick quilts, apparently stuffed with down. Anyway, they made a pile that felt as soft as a cloud looks. When ready to sleep, I could slide myself in between the quilts at any layer, depending on how much softness I wanted under me and how much warmth on top. The sanitary closet, however, I could not so easily comprehend. There was a sunken, tiled depression in the floor, in which to sit and bathe, but there were no water jugs anywhere about, and there was a receptacle on which to sit and perform the necessary functions, but it was solidly fixed to the floor, and obviously could not be emptied after each use. Each of those, the bath and the slop jar, had a curiously shaped pipe jutting from the wall above it, but neither pipe was spouting water or doing anything else that I could ascertain. Well, I would never have thought that I should have to ask instructions in cleaning and evacuating myself. But after studying the utilities and bafflement for a while, I went to pull the bell rope over the bed, and waited with some embarrassment for the appearance of my assigned Tlacotli. The fresh-faced little boy who came to my door said pertly, "I am Coscatl, my lord, and I am 9 years old, and I serve all the young lords in the 6 apartments at this end of the corridor." Coscatl means jeweled collar, rather a high-flown name for such as he, but I did not laugh at it. Since a name-giving Tonopokwi would never deign to consult his divinatory books for a slave-born child, even if the parents could afford it. No such child ever had a real and registered name. His or her parents simply picked one at whim, and it could be wildly inappropriate, as witness gift of the gods. Coscatl appeared well-fed and bore no marks of beatings, and he did not cringe before me, and he wore a spotlessly white shirt mantle, in addition to the loincloth that was customarily a male slave's only apparel. As I assumed that among the Akalhua, or at least in the palace vicinity, the lower classes were fairly treated. The boy was carrying in both hands a tremendous pottery vessel of steaming hot water, so I quickly stepped aside, and he took it to the sanitary closet and poured it into the sunken tub. He also spared me the humiliation of having to ask to be shown how the closet's facilities worked. Even if Coscatl took me to be a legitimate noble, he could have supposed that any noble from the provinces would be unaccustomed to such luxury, and he would have been right. Without waiting to be asked, he explained, "You can cool your bath water to the temperature you prefer, my lord, like this." He pointed to the clay pipe jutting from the wall. It was pierced near its end by another, shorter piece of pipe stuck vertically through it. He merely twisted that short pipe, and it gushed clear, cold water. The long pipe drains water from our main supply line. The short pipe has one hole in its side, and when you twist it to make that hole face inward to the long pipe, the water can run as needed. When you are through with your bath, my lord, just remove that Ali stopper in the bottom, and the used water will drain away through another pipe beneath. Next, he indicated the curiously immobile slop jar and said, "The Ashish Kali works the same way. When you have relieved yourself in it, simply twist that short pipe above, and a gush of water will wash the wastes away through that hole in its bottom." I had not even noticed the hole before, and I asked in ignorant horror, "The excrement falls into the room below?" "No, my lord. Like the bath water, into a pipe that carries it clear away, into a pond from which the manure men dredge fertilizer from the farm fields. Now, I will order my lord's evening meal prepared, so it will be waiting when he has finished his bath." It was going to take me a while to stop playing the rustic and to learn the ways of the nobility, I reflected, as I sat at my own table in my own room and dined on grilled rabbit, beans, tortillas, and batter-fried squash blossoms, with chocolate to drink. Where I came from, chocolate had been a special treat doled out once or twice a year, and only weakly flavored. Here, the foamy red drink of precious cocoa, honey, vanilla, and scarlet achiotle seeds, all ground up and beaten together to a stiff froth, was as free for the asking as spring water. I wondered how long it would take me to lose my Shaltakan accent, to speak the precise Nahuatl of Texcoco, and gracefully to get used to comfort, as the First Lady had phrased it. In time, I came to realize that no noble, not even an honorary or temporary one like myself, ever had to do anything for himself. When a nobleman reached one hand up to undo the shoulder clasp of his magnificent feather mantle, he simply walked away from the garment, and it never hit the floor. Some servant was always there to take it from his shoulders, and the noble knew there would be someone there. If a nobleman folded his legs to sit down, he never looked behind him. Even if he collapsed suddenly, involuntarily, from an excess of octolite drinking. But he never fell. There was always an Ikpali chair slid under him, and he knew the chair would be there. I wondered, were the noble folk born with such a lofty assurance, or could I possibly acquire it by practice? There was only one way to find out. At the first opportunity, I forget the occasion, I entered a room crowded with lords and ladies, made the proper salutations, sat down with assurance and without looking behind me. The Ikpali was right there. I did not even glance back to see whence it came. I knew then that a chair, or anything I wanted and expected from my inferiors, would always be there. That small experiment taught me a thing I never forgot. To command the respect and deference and privileges reserved for the nobility, I need only dare to be a noble. On the morning after my arrival, the slave Kozkatl came with my breakfast and with an armload of new clothes for me. More clothes than I had ever worn and worn out during my whole previous life. There were loincloths and mantles of glossy white cotton, beautifully embroidered. There were sandals of rich and pliable leathers, including one gilded pair for ceremonial wear, which laced nearly to my knees. The Lady of Tolan had even sent a small gold and bloodstone clasp for my mantle, which heretofore I had worn only knotted at the shoulder. When I had donned one of those stylish outfits, Kozkatl led me again around the palace grounds, pointing out the buildings containing schoolrooms. There were more classes available than in any Kalmakak. I was most interested, of course, in those dealing with word-knowing, history, geography, and the like. But I could also, if I chose, attend classes in poetry, gold and silver work, feather work, gem cutting, and various other arts. The classes that do not require tools and benches are held indoors only in bad weather, said my little guide. On fine days like this, the Lord teachers and their students prefer to work outside. I could see the groups, sitting on the lawns or gathered about the marble pavilions. The teacher of every class was an elderly man wearing a distinctive yellow mantle, but his students were an assortment, boys and men of varying sizes and ages. Here and there even a girl or a woman or a slave sitting slightly apart. The students are not graded by age? I asked. No, my lord, but by their ability. Some are much further along in one subject than in another. When you first attend, you will be interrogated by each lord teacher to determine in which of his classes you will fit best. For example, among the beginners, the learners, the somewhat learned, and so on. He will grade you according to what knowledge you already have and what he judges to be your capacity for learning more. And the females? The slaves? Any daughter of a noble is allowed to attend, all the way through the highest grades, if she has the ability and the desire. The slaves are allowed to study as far as is consistent with their particular employments. You yourself are well spoken for such a young Lakotli. Thank you, my lord. I went as far as learning good Nahuatl, deportment, and the rudiments of housekeeping. When I am older, I may apply for further training, in hope of someday becoming master of the keys in some noble household. I said grandly, expansively, generously. If ever I have a noble household, Cascado, I promise you that position. I did not mean if, I meant when. I was no longer idly wishing for a rise to eminence. I was already envisioning it. I stood there in that lovely parkland, my servant at my side, and I stood tall in my fine new clothes, and I smiled to think of the great man I would be. I sit here now, among you, my reverend masters, and I sit bent and shriveled in my rags, and I smile to think of the puffed-up young pretender I was. The Lord Teacher of History, Naltitika, who looked old enough to have experienced all of history, announced to the class, "We have with us today a new Piltontli student, a Meshikatl, who is to be known as Head Nodder." I was so pleased to be introduced as a young noble student that I did not wince at the nickname. Perhaps, Head Nodder, you would be good enough to give us a brief history of your Meshika people. Yes, Lord Teacher, I said confidently. I stood up, and every face in the class turned to gaze at me. I cleared my throat and said what I had been taught in Shaltakan's House of Learning Manners. Know then, that my people originally dwelt in a region far to the north of these lands. It was Aztlan, the place of snowy egrets, and at that time they called themselves the Aztlantlaka, or the Azteca, the egret people. But Aztlan was a hard country, and their chief god, Huitzilopochtli, told them of a sweeter land to be found to the south. He said it would be a long and difficult journey, but that they would recognize their new homeland when they reached it, for they would see there a nopali cactus on which perched a golden eagle. So all the Azteca abandoned their fine homes and palaces and pyramids and temples and gardens, and they set out southward. Someone in the class snickered. The journey took sheaves upon sheaves of years, and they had to pass through the lands of many other peoples. Some were hostile. They fought and tried to turn the Azteca back. Others were hospitable, and let the Azteca rest among them, sometimes for a short while, sometimes for many years. And those peoples were repaid by being taught the noble language, the arts and sciences known only to the Azteca. Someone in the class murmured, and someone else gave a low chuckle. When the Azteca finally came into this valley, they were kindly received by the Tecpaneca people on the western shore of the lake, who gave them Chapultepec for a resting place. The Azteca lived on that grasshopper hill, while their priests continued to range about the valley in search of the eagle on the Napali. Now, in the Tecpaneca dialect of our language, the Nopali cactus is called Tenochtli, so those people called the Azteca the Tenoca, and in time the Azteca themselves took that name of cactus people. Then, as Huitzilopochtli had promised, the priests did find the sign, a golden eagle perched on a cactus. And this they found on a not yet peopled island in the lake. All the Tenoch Azteca immediately and joyfully moved from Chapultepec to that island. Someone in the class laughed openly. On the island, they built 2 great cities, one called Tenochtitlan, place of the cactus people, and the other Tlatelolco, the rocky place. While they were building the cities, the Tenoch noticed how every night they could see from their island the moon Metzli reflected in the lake waters. So they also referred to their new habitation as Metzli Shitli, in the middle of the moon. In time, they shortened that to Meshli, and then to Mexico, and eventually came to call themselves the Mexica. For their sign, they adopted the symbol of the eagle perched on the cactus, and the eagle holds in its beak the ribbon-like symbol which represents war. A number of my new classmates were laughing by now, but I persevered. Then the Mexica began to extend their dominion and influence, and many peoples have benefited, either as adoptive Mexica, or as allies, or as trading partners. They learned to worship our gods, or variations of them, and they let us appropriate their gods. They learned to count with our arithmetic and mark time by our calendars. They pay us tribute in goods and currency, for fear of our invincible armies. They speak our language out of deference to our superiority. The Mexica have built the mightiest civilization ever known in this world, and Mexico Tenochtitlan stands at its center. In Chem Menahuac Yeyotli, the heart of the one world. I kissed the earth to the aged Lord Teacher Naltitica and sat down. My classmates were all waving their hands for permission to speak, meanwhile making a clamor of noises ranging from laughter to hoots of derision. The Lord Teacher gestured imperiously, and the class sat still and silent. "Thank you, Head Nodder," he said politely. I had wondered what version the Mexica teachers were expounding these days. Of history, you know abysmally little, young lord, and what little you know is wrong in almost every particular. I stood up again, my face as hot as if I had been slapped. Lord Teacher, you requested a brief history. I can elaborate in more detail. Kindly spare me, he said, and in return, I will do you the kindness of correcting just one of the details already proffered. The words Mexica and Mexico did not derive from Metzli the moon. He waved for me to be seated and addressed the class as a whole. Young lord and lady students, this illustrates what I have often told you before now. Be skeptical of the many versions of the world's history you are likely to hear, for some are as full of impossible invention as they are of vanity. What is more, I have never met a historian. I have never met any sort of professional scholar who could put into his work the slightest trace of humor or ribaldry or jollity. I have never met one who did not consider his particular subject the most momentous and weighty of all studies. Now, I concede the importance of scholarly works, but need importance always wear the long face of stern solemnity? Historians may be serious men, and history may sometimes be so somber that it saddens. But it is people who make the history, and they often play pranks or cut capers while they are doing it. The true story of the Mexica confirms that. He spoke directly to me again. Head nodder. Your Aztec ancestors brought nothing to this valley. No ancient wisdom, no arts, no sciences, no culture. They brought nothing but themselves, a skulking, ignorant, nomad people who wore ragged animal skins crawling with vermin, and who worshipped the loathsomely pugnacious god of slaughter and bloodshed. That rabble was despised and repulsed by every other already developed nation hereabout. Would any civilized people welcome an invasion of uncouth beggars? The Azteca did not settle on that island in the lakeside swamp because their god gave them any sign, and they did not go there joyfully. They went because there was nowhere else to go, and because no one else had cared to claim that pimple of land surrounded by marshes. My classmates watched me from the corners of their eyes. I tried not to flinch under Naltitica's words. They did not immediately build great cities, or anything else. They had to spend all their time and energy just in finding something to eat. They were not allowed to fish, for the lake's fishing rights belonged to the nations about it. So for a long time, your ancestors existed, just barely existed, by eating revolting things like worms and water insects, and the slimy eggs of those creatures, and the only edible plant that grew in that miserable swamp. It was machichin, the common cress or pepper grass, a scraggly and bitter-tasting weed. But if your forebears had nothing else, Head Nodder, they had a mordant sense of humor. They began to call themselves, with wry irony, the Mexica. The very name evoked another knowing snicker from the class. Naltitica went on. Eventually, the Mexica devised the Chinamito system of growing decent crops. But even then, they grew for themselves only a necessary minimum of staple foods like maize and beans. Their chinampa were mainly used for growing more rare vegetables and herbs, tomatoes, sage, coriander, sweet potatoes, which their lofty neighbors could not be bothered to cultivate. And the Mexica traded those delicacies for the necessities of life, the tools and building materials and cloth and weapons that the mainland nations would otherwise have been unwilling to give them. From then on, they made rapid progress towards civilization and culture and military might. But they never forgot their humble weed, which had sustained them in the beginning, the machichin, and they never afterward abandoned the name they had adopted from it. Mexica is a name now known and respected or feared throughout our world, but it means only... He paused on purpose, and he smiled, and my face flamed again, as the entire class shouted in concert, "The weed people!" Nice. I understand, young lordlet, that you have essayed some learning of reading and writing on your own, said the Lord Teacher of Word Knowing, somewhat sourly, as if he believed any such self-education impossible. And I understand that you have brought examples of your work. Respectfully, I handed him the long, pleated-together bark paper strip of which I was most proud. I had drawn it with extra care, and painted it in the vibrant colors Jamali had given me. The Lord Teacher took the compacted book and began slowly to unfold its pages. It was an account of one famous incident in the history of the Mexica, when they first arrived in this valley, and when the most powerful nation here was that of the Kilhua. The Kilhua leader, Cox, had declared a war against the people of Xochimilco and invited the new-come Mexica to fight as his allies. When the war was won and the Kilhua warriors brought in their Xochimilco prisoners, the Mexica brought none at all, and Cox denounced them as cowards. At that, the Mexica warriors opened the bags they carried and dumped out a mountain of ears, all left ears, which they had sliced from the multitude of Xochimilca they had vanquished. Cox was astounded and glad, and from then on, the Mexica were accounted fighters to be reckoned with. I thought I had done a very good job of picturing the incident, particularly in my meticulous rendering of the innumerable left ears and the expression of astonishment on the face of Cox. I waited, almost aglow with self-congratulation, for the Lord Teacher to appraise my work. But he was frowning as he flipped the book's pages apart, and he looked from one side to the other of the pleated strip, and he said at last, "In which direction am I supposed to read this?" Puzzled, I said, "In Shaltacan, my lord, we unfold the pages leftward. That is, so we may read each panel from left to right." Yes, he snapped. "We all customarily read from left to right, but your book gives no indication that we should do so." "Indication?" I said. "Suppose you are bidden to write an inscription that must be read in some other direction, on a temple frieze or column, for instance, where the architecture requires that it be read from right to left, or even from top to bottom." The possibility had never occurred to me, and I said so. He said impatiently, "When a scribe pictures two persons or two gods conversing, naturally they must be face to face. And there is one basic rule. The majority of all the characters must face in the direction the writing is to be read." I think I gulped loudly. "You never grasped that simplest rule of picture writing?" he asked scathingly. "And you have the effrontery to show me this?" He tossed it back to me without even refolding it. "When you attend your first class in word knowing tomorrow, join that one yonder." He pointed across the lawn to a class assembling about one of the pavilions, and my face fell, and my pride evaporated. Even from a distance, I could make out that all the students were about half my size and age. It was mortifying to have to sit among infants, to begin at the very beginning in both my history and my word-knowing classes, as if I had never been taught anything at all, as if I had never exerted myself to learn anything at all. So I was cheered to discover that the study of poetry, at least, was not graded into the beginners, the learners, the somewhat learned, and so on, with me at the very bottom of the class. There was only a single gathering of aspiring poets, and they included students much older as well as much younger than myself. Among them were both the young Prince Willow and his elder half-brother, Crown Prince Blackflower. There were other nobles ranging even to the very old. There were both girls and women of the nobility. There were more slaves than I had seen in any other class. It seems that it matters not who makes a poem, and it matters not what kind of poem. A tribute to some god or hero, a lengthy historical account, a love song, a lamentation, or a joking bit of banter. That poem is not judged according to the poet's age, sex, social standing, education, or experience. A poem merely is or is not. It lives or it never existed. It is made and remembered, or it is forgotten so quickly that it might never have been made at all. In that class, I was content to sit and listen, timorous of attempting any poetic ventures of my own. It was not until many, many years later that I happened to make a poem which I have since heard recited by strangers. So that one has lived, but it is a very small poem, and I would not call myself a poet on that account. What I recollect most vividly about my poetry class is the first time I attended it. Some distinguished visitor had been invited by the Lord Teacher to read his works, and he was just about to begin when I arrived and sat down on a grassy bank at the rear of the crowd. I could not see him too distinctly at that distance, but I could make out that he was medium tall and well built, that he was about the age of the Lady of Tolan, that he wore a richly embroidered cotton mantle held by a gold clasp, and no other adornments to designate his office or class. So I took him to be a professional poet of sufficient talent to have been rewarded with a pension and a place at court. He shuffled several sheets of bark paper in his hand, and gave one sheet to a slave boy who sat cross-legged at his feet, holding a miniature drum on his lap. Then the visitor announced in a voice which, though soft-spoken, carried well, "With the Lord Teacher's permission, my young lord and lady students, I will not recite today from my own works, but from those of a far greater and wiser poet, my father." With my permission and pleasure," said the Lord Teacher, nodding benignly. The class also murmured a collective "Aye-yo" of approval, as if everyone there already knew the works of the poet father he had mentioned. From what I have already told you of our picture writing, Reverend Friars, you will have realized that it was inadequate for setting down poetry. Our poems lived by oral repetition, or lived not at all. Anyone who heard and liked a poem would memorize it and retell it to someone else, who might in turn tell it again. To aid the hearers in that memorizing, a poem is usually constructed in such a manner that the syllables of its words had a regular rhythm, and in such a manner that the same word sounds regularly recurred at the ends of its separate lines. The papers the visitor carried bore only enough word pictures to assure that his memory did not falter and omit a line, to remind him here and there to stress a word or a passage his poet father had thought worthy of special note. And the papers he handed to his drummer slave were marked only with brush strokes, many small dabs of paint, some larger ones, variously commingled and variously spaced. They told the slave the rhythm to beat with his hand on the drum as accompaniment to the poet's recital, sometimes murmurous, sometimes sharply emphasizing the words, sometimes a soft throb like a heart beating in the pauses between the lines. The poems the visitor recited and sang and chanted that day were all felicitously worded and sweetly cadenced, but they all were slightly tinged with melancholy, as when early autumn first steals in upon the summer-time. After nearly a sheaf of years, and with no word pictures to aid my recollection, no drum to mark the beats and pauses, I can still repeat one of them. I made a song in praise of life, a world as bright as quetzal feather, to skies of turquoise, sunlight gold, to streams like jadestone, gardens blooming. But gold can melt, and jadestone shatter. Leaves turn brown and trees fall down. Our flowers fade, their petals scatter. The sun sets soon, the night comes looming. See beauty fade, our love grows cold. The gods desert, their temples weather. Why does my song pierce like a knife? When the recital was concluded, the respectfully attentive crowd of listeners stood up and broke apart. Some went strolling about by themselves, saying one or several of the poems over and over to fix the words in their memory. I was one of those. Others milled about the visitor, kissed the earth to him, and regaled him with compliments and thanks. I was walking in circles on the grass, head bowed, repeating to myself that poem I have just repeated to you, when I was approached by young Prince Willow. "I overheard you, Head Nodder," he said. "I too liked that poem best of all, and it made another poem waft into my own head. Would you oblige me by hearing it?" "I should be honored to be the first," I said, and what he recited was this: "You tell me then that I must perish, like the flowers that I cherish, nothing remaining of my name, nothing remembered of my fame. But the gardens I planted still are young, the songs I sang will still be sung." I said, "I think it is a good poem, Huishotzin, and a true one. The Lord Teacher would most certainly give you an approving nod." And I was not just slavishly flattering a prince, for you will have noticed that I have remembered that poem too, all my life. In fact, I went on, it might almost have been composed by the same great poet whose works we have heard today. "Ya, come now, Head Nodder," he chided me. "No poet of our time will ever match the incomparable Nezahualcoyotl." "Who? Did you not know? Did you not recognize my father during the recitation?" He read the works of his father, my grandfather, the revered speaker, Fasting Coyote. "What? That man who recited was Nezahualpili?" I exclaimed. "But he wore no insignia of his office, no crown, no feather mantle, no staff or banner." "Oh, he has his eccentricities. Except on state occasions, my father never dresses like any other Yue Tlatoani. He believes that a man should display only tokens of his achievement. Medals won and scars collected, not baubles inherited or bought or married." "But do you really mean you have not yet met him? Come." However, it seemed that Nezahualpili was averse also to having his people too openly manifest their regard for him. By the time the prince and I elbowed our way through the throng of students, he had already slipped away. The Lady of Tolan had not misled me when she warned that I would work hard at that school. But I will not bore you, reverend friars, with accounts of my daily schedule, and the mundane events of my days, and the sheaves of work I took back to my chambers at the end of each day. I will tell you that I learned arithmetic, and how to keep account books, and how to calculate the exchange of the various sorts of currency in use. All facilities that would be most useful to me in years to come. I learned about the geography of these lands, though at that time not much was known about any of the lands beyond our immediate own, as I would later discover by exploring for myself. I most enjoyed and profited from my studies in word knowing, getting even more proficient at reading and writing. But I think I benefited almost as much from the classes in history, even when they refuted the Mexica's most cherished beliefs and boasts. The Lord Teacher Naltitica gave generously of his time, even according private sessions to some of us. I remember one, when he sat down with me and a very young boy named Poyek, son of one of Texcoco's numerous lords. "There is a grieving gap in Mexica history," said the teacher. "Like the wide gap an earthquake can cleave in the solid earth." He was preparing a poquietl to smoke while he discoursed. This is a slender tube of some substance like bone or jadestone, ornamentally carved, with a mouthpiece at one end. Into the open other end is inserted a dry reed or rolled paper, firmly packed with the finely shredded dried leaves of the piquilletl plant, sometimes mixed with herbs and spices for added flavor and fragrance. The user holds the tube between his fingers and sets fire to the far end of the reed or paper. It and its contents smolder slowly to ash, while the user lifts the mouthpiece at intervals to his lips to suck a breath of the smoke, inhale it, and puff it out again. When he had lit his with a coal from a brazier, Naltitica said, "It was just a sheaf of years ago that the Mexica's then revered speaker, its Codal, obsidian snake, forged the triple alliance of the Mexica, the Acolhua, and the Tecpaneca, with the Mexica, of course, as the dominant partner. Having secured that eminence for his people, Obsidian Snake then decreed that all the books of bygone days should be burned, and new accounts written to glorify the Mexica's past, to give the Mexica a spurious antiquity." I looked at the blue smoke rising from the poquietl and murmured, "Books burned." It was hard to believe that even a Yue Tlatoani would have the heart to burn something as precious and irreplaceable and inviolable as books. "Obsidian Snake did it," the Lord Teacher continued, "to make his people believe that they were and always and have been the true custodians of art and science, and therefore to believe that it is their duty to impose civilization on every lesser people. But even the Mexica cannot ignore the evidence that other and finer civilizations had existed here long before their coming. So they have concocted fanciful legends to account for such evidence." Poyak and I thought about it, and the boy suggested, "You mean things like Cotihuacan, the place where the gods gathered?" "A good example, young Poyetskin. That city is now a tumbled and deserted and weed-grown ruin, but it obviously was once a greater and more populous city than Tenochtitlan can ever hope to be." I said, "We were taught, Lord Teacher, that it was built by the gods when they all assembled to decide to create the earth and its people and all living things." "Of course you were taught that. Any grand thing not done by the Mexica must not be credited to any other mortal man." He snorted a plume of smoke from his nostrils. "Although Obsidian Snake blotted out the Mexica's past history, he could not burn the libraries of our Texcoco and other cities. We do still have records telling what this valley was like long before the coming of the Azteca Mexica. Obsidian Snake could not change all the history of the one world." "And those unaltered histories," I asked, "how far back do they go?" "Not nearly far enough. We do not pretend to have accounts dating back to the Lord and Lady Pear. You know the legends. Those two were the very first inhabitants of this earth, and then all the other gods, and then a race of giants." Naltitica took a few meditative puffs at his poquietl. That legend about the giants, may be true. An old and weathered bone was dug up by a farmer, and is still preserved in Texcoco. I have seen it, and the surgeons say it is most definitely a thigh bone. It is as long as I am tall. Little Poyak laughed uneasily, and said, I should not care to meet the man whose thigh it was. Well, said the Lord Teacher, gods and giants are things for the priests to ponder. My interest is the history of men, especially the first men in this valley, the men who built such cities as Teotihuacan and Tolan, because all we have we inherited from them, all we know we learned from them. He took a last puff of smoke and removed from the holder the burned-down stub of his piquietal reed. We may never know why they disappeared, or when, though the fire-charred beams of their ruined buildings suggest that they were driven out by marauders. Probably the savage Chichimeca, the dog people. We can read but little of the surviving wall paintings and carvings and picture writings, and none of those things tells even the name of that vanished people. But the things are so artfully executed that we respectfully refer to their makers as the Tolteca, the master artisans, and for sheaves of years we have been trying to equal their achievements. But, said Poyak, if the Tolteca have been so long gone, I do not see how we could have learned from them. Because a few individuals would have survived, even when the mass of them, as a nation, disappeared. There would have been some survivors who took to the high crags or the deep forests, and those die-hard Tolteca would have endured in hiding, even preserving some of their books of knowledge perhaps, hoping to hand on their culture through their children and children's children, as they intermarried with other tribes. Unfortunately, the only other peoples in this area at that time were utter primitives, the stolid Otomi, the frivolous Purempeka, and of course the ever-present dog people. Ah, yeah, said young Poyak. The Otomi have not yet learned even the art of writing, and the Chichimeca to this day still eat their own excrement. But even among barbarians there can be a handful of extraordinary specimens, said Naltitica. We must assume that the Tolteca chose carefully their mates, and that their children and grandchildren did likewise, and thus at least a few superior bloodlines would have been maintained. It would have been a sacred family trust, to hand down from father to son what each remembered of the ancient Tolteca knowledge, until finally, from the north, there began to come to this valley new peoples, also primitives, but capable of recognizing and appreciating and utilizing that hoard of knowledge. New peoples with the will to fan that long-guarded ember again to the flame. The Lord Teacher paused to fit a new reed into his holder. Many men smoked the poquietl because, they said, its fumes kept their brains clear and healthy. I took up the practice myself when I was older, and found it a great aid to cogitation. But Naltitica smoked more than any man I ever met, and that habit may have accounted for his exceptional wisdom and long life. He went on. The first comers from the north were the Kulhua, then the Akulhua, my own forebears and yours, Poyaktin, then all the other lake settlers, the Tekpaneka, the Xochimilca, and so on. Then, as now, they call themselves by different names, and only the gods know where they originally came from. But all those migrants arrived here in speaking one or another dialect of the Nahuatl language. And here in this lake basin, they began to learn, from the descendants of the vanished Tolteca, what remained of the Tolteca's ancient arts and crafts. It could not all have been in a day, I said, or in a sheaf of years. No, and perhaps not in many sheaves of years, said Nautica. But when learning must be done largely from elusive scraps of information, and by trial and error, and by imitation of relics, well, the more people engaged in sharing the learning, the faster it is accomplished by all. Fortunately, those Kalhua and Eklhua and Tekpeneca and all the rest could communicate in a common language, and they all worked together. Meanwhile, they gradually ousted the lesser peoples from this region. The Purempeka moved west, the Atomi and Chichimeca drifted north. The Nahuatl-speaking nations remained, and they grew in knowledge and ability at about the same pace. It was only after those peoples had attained some measure of civilization that they ceased to be mutually supportive, and began to vie for ascendancy over each other. It was then that the still primitive Azteca arrived. The Lord Teacher turned his eyes on me. The Azteca, or Mexica, settled into a society that was already well developed, but a society that was beginning to separate into rival fragments. And the Mexica managed to survive until Coxcox of the Calhua condescended to appoint one of his nobles, named Acamapichtli, to their own first revered speaker. Acamapichtli introduced them to the art of word-knowing, then to all the other knowledge already salvaged and shared by the longer settled nations. The Mexica were avid to learn, and we know what use they made of that learning. They played off the other rival factions of these lands, one against another, shifting their allegiance from one to another, until finally they themselves had achieved military supremacy over all the rest. Little Poyak of Texcoco gave me a look as if I had been to blame for my ancestors' aggressiveness. But Nautica went on speaking with the dispassion of the detached historian. We know how the Mexica have thrived and prospered since then. They have far surpassed, in wealth and influence, those other nations that once snubbed them as insignificant. Their Tenochtitlan is the richest and most opulent city built since the days of the Tolteca. Though there are countless languages spoken in the one world, the far-ranging Mexica armies and traders and explorers have made our Nahuatl the second language of every people from the northern deserts to the southern jungles. He must have seen the trace of a smug smile on my face, for the Lord Teacher concluded. Those accomplishments would, I think, be enough for the Mexica to boast about, but they have insisted on even more self-glorification. They rewrote their history books, trying to persuade themselves and others that they have always been the foremost nation of this region. The Mexica may delude themselves, and may deceive historians of generations to come, but I believe I have adequately demonstrated that the usurping Mexicas are not the great Tolteca reborn. The Lady of Tolan invited me to take chocolate in her chambers, and I went eagerly, with a question bubbling inside me. When I arrived, her son, the Crown Prince, was there, and I kept silent while they discussed minor matters concerning the palace management. But when there came a lull in their colloquy, I made bold to ask the question. You were born in Tolan, my lady, and that was once a Tolteca city. Are you then a Toltecatl? Both she and Black Flower looked surprised. Then she smiled. Anyone of Tolan, Head Nodder, anyone anywhere, would be proud to claim even a drop of Tolteca blood. But in honesty, I cannot. During all of living memory, Tolan has been part of the Tecpaneca territory. So I come of Tecpaneca stock, though I suspect our family may long ago have included an Otomitl or two, before that race was ousted. I said in disappointment, there is no trace of the Tolteca in Tolan? In the people? Who can say for certain? In the place, yes. There are the pyramids and stone terraces and vast walled courts. The pyramids have been stunted by erosion, and the terraces are all buckled and crazed, and the walls are fallen in places. But the exquisite patterns in which their stones were set are indiscernible, and the low reef carvings, and even fragmentary paintings here and there. The most impressive and least worn objects, though, are the many statues. Of the gods? I asked. I do not think so, for they each have the same face. They are all set of the same size and shape, sculptured simply and realistically, not in the convoluted style of today. There are cylindrical columns, as if once they supported some massive roof, but the columns are carved into the form of standing humans. If you can imagine humans more than 3 times as tall as any human known. Perhaps they are portraits of the giants who lived on Earth after the gods, I suggested, remembering the monstrous thigh bone of which Naltizica had told. No, I think they represent the Tolteca themselves, only portrayed much larger than life size. Their faces are not stern or brutal or haughty, as you would expect of gods or giants. They wear an expression of untroubled watchfulness. Many of the columns are toppled and scattered about the low ground, but others still stand on the heights, and they look out across the countryside, as if patiently, tranquilly waiting. Waiting for what, do you suppose, my lady? Perhaps for the Tolteca to come again. It was Black Flower who answered, and he added a harsh laugh. To emerge from wherever they have been lurking through all these sheaves of years. To come in might and fury, to conquer us interlopers, to reclaim these lands that were theirs. No, my son, said the First Lady. They were never a warlike people, nor wanted to be, and that was their undoing. If they could ever come again, they would come in peace. She sipped at her chocolate and made a face. It had gone flat. She took from the table at her side the beater of large and small wooden rings, strung loose and jingling on a central stem, the whole instrument cunningly carved from a single stick of aromatic cedar. Putting it into her cup and holding the stem between her palms, she rubbed briskly to rotate the beater rings until the red liquid puffed up, foamy and stiff again. After another sip, she licked the froth from her upper lip and said to me, Go sometime to the city of Teotihuacan, Head Nodder, and look at what is left of the wall paintings there. Only one of them shows a Tentacatl warrior, and he is merely playing at war. His spear has no blade, but a ruft of feathers at its point, and his arrows are tipped with ole gum, like those employed in teaching archery to boys. Yes, my lady, I have used such arrows in practicing the war games. From other murals, we can deduce that the Tolteca never gave human sacrifices to their gods, but only butterflies, flowers, quail, and such offerings. The master artisans were a peaceable people, because their gods were gentle gods. One of them was that Quetzalcoatl, still worshipped by all nations far and wide. And the Tolteca concept of that feathered serpent tells us much about them. Who but a wise and kindly people could have bequeathed to us a God that so harmoniously blends lordliness and lovingness? The most awesome but most graceful of all creatures, the snake, clad not in hard scales, but in the soft and beautiful plumage of the Quetzalcoatl bird. I said, I was taught that the feathered serpent once really lived in these lands, and will someday come back again. Yes, Head Nodder. From what we can understand of the remains of Tolteca writing, Quetzalcoatl did indeed once live. He was a long ago Yue Tlatoani, or whatever the Tolteca called their rulers, and he must have been a good one. It is said that he himself devised the writing, the calendars, the star charts, the numbers we use today. It is even said that he left us the recipe for ahuacamole and all the other mole sauces, though I am sure I cannot see Quetzalcoatl doing cook's work in a kitchen. She smiled and shook her head, then was serious again. It is said that during his reign the farmers' fields grew not just white cotton, but cotton of all colors, as if already dyed, and that a single ear of maize was as much as a man could carry. It is said that there were no deserts in his time, but fruit and flowers growing everywhere in abundance, and the air was perfumed with all their mingled fragrances. I asked, Is it possible that he could come again, my lady? Well, according to the legends, Quetzalcoatl somehow unintentionally committed some sin so awful, or did something which so violated his own high standards of behavior, that he voluntarily abdicated his throne. He went to the shore of the Eastern Ocean and built a raft of interwoven feathers, some say, or of intertwined live snakes. In his last words to the grieving Tolteca, he vowed to return again some day. And he rode away, and he vanished beyond the ocean's eastern horizon. Since then, the feathered serpent has become the one god recognized by every nation and every people known to us. But all the Tolteca have also disappeared since then, and Quetzalcoatl has yet to return. But he could have. He may have, I said. The priests say that the gods often walk among us unrecognized. Like my lord father, said Black Flower, laughing. But I believe the feathered serpent would be rather harder to overlook. The reappearance of such a distinctive god should certainly make a stir. Be assured, Head Nodder, if ever Quetzalcoatl comes again, with or without his retinue of Tolteca, we will know him. I had left Xaltacan toward the close of the rainy season in the year 5 Knife, and, except for my frequent yearnings for the presence of Tsitsitlini, I had been so engrossed in my studies and my enjoyments of palace life that I had scarcely noticed the swift passing of time. I was frankly surprised when my schoolmate Prince Willow informed me that the day after tomorrow would be the first of the forthcoming Nemontemtin, the 5 lifeless days. I had to count on my fingers to believe that I had been away from home for more than the round of a whole year, and that this one was coming to a close. All activities are suspended during the 5 hollow days, said the young prince. So this year we will take the opportunity to pack and move the entire court to our Texcoco palace, to be ready to celebrate the month of Kwahuitl Ehua there. That was the first month of our solar year. Its name means the tree is raised, and refers to the many elaborate ceremonies during which the people of all nations were accustomed to beseech the rain god Tlaloc that the forthcoming summer's wet season would be an abundantly wet one. And you will want to be with your family for the occasion, Willow went on, as I ask you to accept the loan of my personal Akali to carry you thither. You will send it again at the close of Kwahuitl Ehua, and you will rejoin the court at Texcoco. This was all very sudden, but I accepted, expressing my gratitude for his thoughtfulness. Just one thing, he said. Can you be ready to leave tomorrow morning? You understand, Head Nodder, my oarsmen will want to be safely back on their home shore before the lifeless days begin. Ah, the Signor Bishop. Once more I am pleased and honored to have your Excellency join our little gathering. And once more, my lord, your unworthy servant makes bold to give you worshipful greeting and welcome. Yes, I understand, your Excellency. You say that I have not hitherto spoken sufficiently of my people's religious rites, that you especially want to hear in person about our superstitious dread of the hollow days, that you wish to hear at first hand my account of the ensuing month's heathen rituals of petition to the rain god. I understand, my lord, and I shall cause your reverend ears to hear all. Should my old brain wander in its recollection, or should my old tongue skip too lightly over any details of relevance, please do not hesitate, your Excellency, to interrupt with questions or demands for elucidation. Know, then, that it was on the 6th to last day of the year 6 house that Prince Willow's carved and bannered and canopied Akali put me ashore on a Shaltakan jetty again. My splendid borrowed craft of 6 oarsmen rather put to shame the uncovered 2-oared canoe of the Lord Red Heron, which was, that same day, likewise bringing his son home from school for the ceremonial month of Kwahuitl Ehua. I was even noticeably better dressed than that provincial princeling, and Pechley involuntarily gave me an ingratiating nod before he recognized me, and his face froze. At my house, I was welcomed like a hero home from some war. My father clapped his hands on my shoulders, which now nearly matched his in height and breadth. Tsitsitlini wrapped both arms around me in a squeeze that would have looked merely sisterly to anyone who did not see her fingernails digging softly but suggestively into my back. Even my mother was admiring, if mainly of my costume. I had deliberately chosen to wear my most wonderfully embroidered mantle, with the bloodstone clasp at the shoulder, and my gilt sandals, which laced almost to the knee. Friends and relations and neighbors came crowding in to gawk at the rover returned. Among them, I was happy to see, were Chimali and Tlatli, who had each begged a ride home from Tenochtitlan on limestone freight Accountant, returning to the island to ride out the lifeless days at their moorings. My family's 3 rooms and dooryard, which now appeared to me to have curiously shrunken, were quite overflowing with visitors. I do not attribute that to my personal popularity, but to the fact that midnight would bring the beginning of the hollow days, during which there could be no social mingling. Not many of the gathered people, except my father and some other couriers, had ever been off our island, and were naturally eager to hear of the outside world. But they asked few questions. They seemed content to listen to me and Chamali and Tlatli trading tales of our experiences in our separate schools. Schools, snorted Tlatli. It is precious little time we have for schoolwork. Every day the vile priests roust us out at dawn to sweep and clean our quarters, and all the rooms of the whole building. Then we must go to the lake to tend the school's chinampa, and pick maize and beans for the school kitchen. Or go all the way to the mainland to chop wood for the sacred fires, to cut and fetch bags full of maguey thorns. I said, the food and firewood I can understand, But why the thorns? For penance and punishment, friend Mole, Chimali growled. Break the slightest rule, and a priest makes you prick yourself repeatedly. In the earlobes, in the thumbs and arms, even in private places. I am punctured all over. But even the best behaved suffer too, added Tlotli. Every other day seems to be the feast day of some god or other, including many I have never heard of, and every boy must shed blood for the offering. One of the listeners asked, "When do you find time for studying?" Chimali made a face. "What little time there is does not avail us much. The teacher priests are not learned men. They know nothing except what there is in the textbooks, and those books are old and smudged and falling apart into shreds of bark." Tlotli said, "Chimali and I are fortunate, though. We did not go for book learning, so the lack of it does not much trouble us. Also, we spend most of our days in the studios of our art masters, who do not waste time on religious drivel. They work us hard, so we do learn what we came to learn." "Some other boys do too," said Chimali. "Those who are similarly apprenticed out, to physicians, feather workers, musicians, and the like. But I pity those who came to learn classroom subjects like the art of word-knowing. When they are not engaged in rituals and bloody mortification and menial labor, they are being taught by priests as ignorant as any of the students. You can be glad, Mole, that you did not get into a Kalmakak. There is little to learn in one, unless you desire to be a priest yourself." "And nobody," said Tlotli, shuddering, "would want to be a priest of any god, unless he wants never to have sex, or a drink of octli, or even a bath just once in his life. And unless he truly enjoys hurting himself as well as seeing other people in pain." I had once felt envy of Tlotli and Chimali when they donned their best mantles and went away to their separate schools. Now here they were, still wearing the same mantles, and it was they who envied me. I did not have to say a word about the luxurious life I enjoyed at the court of Nezahualpili. They were sufficiently impressed when I remarked that our textbooks were painted on smoked fawn skin for durability, and when I mentioned the absence of religious interruptions, the few rules and little rigidity, the willingness of the teachers to give private tutorial sessions. "Imagine," murmured Tlotli, "teachers who have worked at what they teach." "Fawn-skin textbooks," murmured Chimali. There was a stir among the people nearest the door, and all of a sudden Pachtli strode in, as if he had deliberately timed his arrival to display the superior product of the most select and prestigious kind of Kalmakak. Numerous persons dropped to kiss the earth to the son of their governor, but there was not room for all to do so. "Mishpancinko," my father greeted him, uncertainly. Ignoring my father, not bothering to utter the customary response, Pachtli spoke directly to me. "I came to request your aid, young Mole." He handed me a strip of folded bark paper, and said, as comradely as he knew how, "I understand that your study is concentrated on the art of word-knowing, and I ask that you give me your opinion on this effort of mine before I return to school and submit it to the criticism of my Lord Teacher." But while he spoke to me, his eyes shifted to my sister. It must have cost the Lord Joy a pain, I thought, to have to use me as an excuse for visiting before midnight should make a visit impossible. Though Pachtli could not have cared a little finger for my opinion of his writing, he was openly leering at my sister now. I flipped through the pleated pages and said boredly, In which direction am I supposed to read this? Several people looked aghast at my tone of voice, and Pactolly grunted as if I had struck him. He glared at me and said, through his teeth, "From left to right, Mole, as you know very well." "Usually from left to right, yes, but not always," I said. "The first and most basic rule of writing, which apparently you have not grasped, is that the majority of your pictured characters must all face in the direction the writing is to be read." I must have been feeling uncommonly inflated by the finery of my costume, by having just come home from a court infinitely more cultured than Pactolly's, and by being the center of attention of a house full of friends and relations. Or I should probably not have dared to flout the conventions of servility. Not troubling to scan the paper further, I refolded and handed it back to him. "Have you ever noticed, Your Excellency, how the same emotion of rage can make different persons turn different colors?" Pactolly's face had gone almost purple, my mother's almost white. Tsetse lightly brushed her hand across her mouth in the gesture of surprise, but then she laughed. So did Tlotli and Shimali. Pactolly turned his baleful glare from me to them, then swept it around the entire assemblage, most of whom seemed to be wishing they could turn yet another color, the invisible color of the invisible air. Speechless with fury, the Lord Joy crushed his paper together in his fist and stalked out, brutally shouldering those who could not immediately make way for him. Most of the rest of the company also left straight away, as if thereby they could somehow disassociate themselves from my insubordination. They gave the excuse that their houses were more or less distant from ours, and they wanted to hurry home before darkness fell, to make sure that not a single ember in their hearths had been accidentally left smoldering alight. While that mass departure was in progress, Chimali and Tlotli both gave me supportive grins. Tsetse pressed my hand. My father looked stricken, and my mother looked glazed with frost. But not everyone left. Some of the guests were staunch enough not to feel trepidation at the contumacy that I had displayed, and had displayed on the very eve of the lifeless days. During those coming 5 days, you see, to do anything was regarded as rash, patently fruitless, and possibly hazardous. The days were not really days. They were only a necessary gap between the year's last month of Xiuhtecutli and the next year's first month of Kwahuidonehu. They did not exist as days. Hence we tried to keep our own existence as imperceptible as possible. That was the time of year when the gods lazed and drowsed. Even the sun was pale and cool and low in the sky. No sensible person would do anything to disturb the gods' languor and risk their annoyance. So, during the 5 hollow days, all work stopped. All activities ceased, barring the most essential and unavoidable tasks. All house fires and lights were extinguished. No cooking was done, and only meager cold meals were served. People did not travel, or visit, or mingle into crowds. Husbands and wives refrained from sexual connection. They also refrained, or took precautions, at the proper time previous to the Nemontemptin, for a child born during the lifeless days was seldom let survive them. Throughout all our lands, then, most people stayed indoors and occupied themselves with trivial time-passers like flaking tools or mending nets, or they simply sat about and moped. Since the holidays themselves were so ill-omened, I suppose it was only natural that the company remaining in our house that evening conversed on the subject of omens and potents. Chimali, Tlotli, and I sat apart and continued our comparison of our schools, but I overheard snatches of the talk of our elders. It was a year ago that Chopin stepped over her baby daughter, who was crawling underfoot in the kitchen. I could have told Chopin what she was doing to the girl's tonali. That child has not grown a finger span in the whole year since she was stepped over. She will be a dwarf. You wait and see. I used to scoff, but now I know that the old tales about dreams are true. One night I dreamt of a water jar being broken, and it was the very next day that my brother Shikama died, killed in the quarry, you recall. Sometimes the dire results do not happen for so long that one might forget what thoughtless action provoked them. Like the time, years ago, that I warned Teoshwihuitl to be careful with her broom, when I saw her sweep across the foot of her son playing on the floor. And sure enough, that boy grew up to marry a widow woman nearly as old as his mother, Tishwihuitl. Made himself the laughing-stock of the village. A butterfly flew in circles about my head. It was not until a month later that I got the word. My only sister, Queponi, had died at her home in Tlacopan on that same day. But of course I should already have known, from the butterfly, for she was my nearest and dearest relation. I could not help reflecting on two things. One was that everybody on Xaltacan really did speak a most unrefined tongue, compared with the Nahuatl of Texcoco, to which I had recently become accustomed. The other was that, of all the omens of which the company spoke, not a single one ever seemed to presage anything but misfortune, deprivation, misery, or woe. Then I was diverted by Tlotli's telling me something he had learned from his lord teacher of sculpture. Humans are the only creatures that have a nose. No, do not laugh, Mole. Of all the living creatures of which we make carvings, only men and women have a nose which is not just part of a muzzle or a beak, but sticks out from the face. So, since we elaborate our statues with so many decorative details, my master has taught me always to sculpture a human with a somewhat exaggerated nose. Thus, anyone looking at the most complicated statue, even if he is ignorant of art, can tell at a glance that it represents a human and not a jaguar or a serpent, or, for that matter, the frog-faced water goddess Chalchihuitlecue. I nodded and tucked the idea away in my memory. Thereafter, I did likewise in my picture writing, and many other scribes later imitated my practice of always limning men and women with distinctive noses. If all our people are doomed to vanish from the earth like the Tolteca, I trust that our books at least will survive. Any future readers of our picture writing may get the mistaken notion that every inhabitant of these lands had a hooked, hawked beak like the Maya. But they should at least have no trouble distinguishing the human characters from the animals and the gods of animal aspect. Thanks to you, Mole, I have devised a unique signature for my paintings, said Chimali with a shy grin. Other artists sign their works with their name symbols, but I use this. He showed me a board about the size of his sandal, embedded all over its surface with countless tiny chips of sharp obsidian. I was startled and horrified when he slapped his open left hand against the board. Then, still grinning, held it open for me to see the blood oozing from its palm and every finger. There may be other artists named Chimali, but it was you, Mole, who showed me that no two hands are alike. His was now entirely covered with his blood. Hence I have a signature which can never be imitated. He slapped the massive household water jar nearby. On its dull brown clay surface there was now a gleaming red handprint. Travel these lands, Your Excellency, and you will see that same signature on many a temple mural and palace painting. Cimale did a prodigious amount of work before he stopped working. He and Flotley were the last of the guests to leave our house that night. Those two stayed, on purpose, until we actually heard the drums and conch trumpets from the temple pyramid, announcing the start of the Nemontemptin. While my mother dashed about the house to douse the lights, my friends scampered to get to their own homes before the beating and the bleeding stopped. It was reckless of them. If the holidays were bad, their lightless nights were far worse. But the two friends staying saved me from chastisement for my insult to the Lord Joy. Neither my father nor mother could undertake something as serious as punishment during the ensuing days, and by the time the Nemontemptin ended, the matter had been pretty well forgotten. However, those days were not entirely uneventful for me. On one of them, Tsitsi got me aside to whisper urgently, "Must I go and steal another sacred mushroom?" "Godless sister," I hissed at her, though not angrily. "Lying together is forbidden even to husbands and wives at this time. Only to husbands and wives. To you and me, it is forbidden always, so we run no exceptional risk." Before I could say anything else, she moved from me to the waist-high clay jar that held our household water supply, the one that now bore Cimale's blood-red handprint. She shoved it with all her strength. It overturned and broke, and water cascaded across the limestone floor. Our mother stormed into the room and let loose one of her tirades at Tsitsi Lini. Clumsy wench, jar took a whole day to fill, supposed to last through the Nemontemptin. Not another drop in the house, and not another container that size. Unruffled, my sister said, "Meechley and I can go to the spring with the largest other jars, and between us bring back as much in one trip." Our mother did not think highly of that suggestion, and so she did a good deal more of her shrilling. But she really had no alternative, and finally let us go. Each of us left the house carrying a handled, big-bellied jug in either hand, but at the first opportunity we set them down. I last described Tsitsi as she looked in early adolescence. She was now full grown, and, of course, her hips and buttocks had filled out to graceful, womanly curves. Each of her breasts overflowed my cupped hand. Their nipples were more erectile. Their areolas were of larger diameter, and a darker russet brown against the fawn skin around them. Tsitsi was also, if possible, more quickly aroused each time than the time before, and more wanton in her responses and movements. In just the brief interval we allowed ourselves between the house and the spring, she came to culmination at least thrice. Her increased capacity for passion, and one noticeable maturation of her body, gave me the first hint of a premise, and my experiences with other women in later years served always to confirm it. So I consider it not a premise, but a proven theory, and it is this. A woman's sexuality is in direct proportion to the diameter and darkness of her breast's areola. Never mind how beautiful her face, how shapely her form, never mind how approachable or how aloof she may seem. Those aspects can be misleading, even deliberately so on her part. But there is that one reliable indicator of the sensuality of her nature, and to the knowing eye, no cosmetic art can hide it or counterfeit it. A woman with a large and dark area surrounding her nipple is invariably hot-blooded, even if she might wish to be otherwise. A woman with a nipple only, like the vestigial nipple of a man, is inevitably cold, although she might honestly believe herself to be otherwise, or even behave shamelessly in order to appear otherwise. And of course, there are gradations of areola size and color, the gauging of which can be learned only by experience. Thus, a man need contrive to get but a single glance at a woman's bare breast, and, with no waste of time or chance of disappointment, he can judge how passionately she will. Your Excellency wishes me to have done with this subject. Ah well, no doubt I dwell on it only because it is my theory. I have always been fond of it, and of testing it, and I never once encountered disproof. I still think the correlation of a woman's sexuality and her areola ought to have some useful application outside the bedchamber. Io. Do you know, Your Excellency, it suddenly occurs to me that your church might be interested. It could use my theory as a quick and simple test for choosing those girls best suited by nature to be nuns in your... I desist. Yes, my lord. I will just mention that when Tsetse and I at last returned to the house, fairly staggering with the 4 heavy jugs of water, we were berated by our mother for having been so long out in the open on such a day. My sister, who only a short while before had been a young wild animal, thrashing, panting, and clawing me in her ecstasy, now lied as casually and smoothly as any priest. You cannot scold us for loitering or dallying. There were others wanting water from the spring. Since the day forbids any congregating, Meachley and I had to wait our turn at a distance and move nearer bit by bit. We did not waste any time. At the end of the dreary hollow days, all the one world breathed a great sigh of relief. I do not know exactly what you mean, Your Excellency, when you mutter about a parody of Lent. But on the first day of the month the tree is raised, there commenced a round of general gaiety. Throughout the following days, there were private celebrations in the bigger homes of nobles and well-to-do commoners, and in the local temples of the various villages, during which the hosts and guests, the priests and worshippers, indulged in excesses of which they had been deprived during the Nemontemtin. Those preliminary festivities might have been a trifle dampened that year, for we got word of the death of our Yue Tlatoani Tikshak. But his reign had been the shortest in the history of Mexica rulers, and the least noteworthy. Indeed, it was rumored that he had been quietly poisoned, either by the elders of his speaking council, impatient with Tishak's uninterest in mounting new war campaigns, or by his brother, Ahuitzotl, Water Monster, next in line to the throne and ambitious to show how much more brilliantly he could rule. At any rate, Tishak had been such a colorless figure that he was not much missed or mourned. So our grand ceremony in praise and supplication of the rain god Tlaloc, held in Xantacan's central pyramid plaza, was also dedicated to celebrating the accession of the new revered speaker, Ahuitzotl. The rites did not begin until Tonatiuh had sunk to sleep in his western bed, lest that god of warmth see and be jealous of the honors paid to his brother, god of wetness. Then there began to gather, about the edges of the open plaza and on the slopes rising around it, every single inhabitant of the island, save those too old, too young, too ill, or disabled, and those who had to remain at home to tend them. As soon as the sun set, the square and the pyramid and the temple on top were aflutter with the black-robed priests, busy at their last preparations of lighting the multitude of torches, the artificially colored urn fires, and the sweetly smoking incense burners. The sacrificial stone atop the pyramid would not be used that night. Instead, there had been brought, to the foot of the pyramid, where every spectator could see into it, an immense, hollowed-out stone tub, full of water previously sanctified by special incantations. As the darkness deepened, the grove of trees beside and behind the pyramid also came alight. Innumerable little wick lamps flickering as if the trees were nestling all the fireflies in the world. The trees' branches began to sway, swarming with children, very young and small, but agile boys and girls, wearing costumes lovingly fashioned by their mothers. Some of the little girls were enveloped by stiff paper globes, painted to represent various fruits. Others wore ruffs or skirts of paper, cut and painted to represent various flowers. The boys were even more gaudily dressed, some covered in glued-on feathers to act the role of birds, others wearing translucent oiled paper wings to play the part of bees and butterflies. All during the night's events, the boy birds and boy insects flitted acrobatically from branch to branch, pretending to sip the nectar of the girl fruits and girl flowers. When the night was entirely upon us, and the island's population was assembled, the chief priest of Tlaloc appeared on the pyramid's summit. He blew a blast on his conch trumpet, then raised his arms commandingly, and the hubbub of crowd noise began to subside. He held his arms aloft until the plaza hushed to absolute silence. Then he dropped his arms, and, on the instant, Tlaloc himself spoke in a deafening crash of thunder, Bararum, that kept on resounding and reverberating. The noise veritably shook the leaves on the trees, the smoke of the incense, the flames of the fires, the breath we had gasped into our lungs. It was not really Tlaloc, of course, but the mighty thunder drum, also called the drum that tears out the heart. Its taut and heavy snakeskin drumhead was being frenziedly hammered with ollie mallets. The sound of the thunder drum can be heard 2 one-long runs distant, so you can imagine its effect on us people clustered close around it. That fearsome throbbing continued until we felt that our flesh must be about to shiver off our bones. Then it gradually diminished, quieter and quieter yet, until it merged into the pulsing of the smaller god drum, which merely muttered while the chief priest chanted the standard greeting and invocation to Tlaloc. At intervals he paused for the crowd of us to respond in chorus, as your churchgoers say Amen, with a long-drawn owl cry of Hoo. At other intervals he paused while his lesser priests stepped forward, reached into their robes, plucked out small water creatures, a frog, an axolotl salamander, a snake, held them up wriggling, and then swallowed them whole and alive. The chief priest concluded his opening chant with the age-old words, as loudly as he could shout them. Tehuan tezkeya in Ahuahueto, in Pakoto, Tlaloxin, which means, we would that we be beneath the cypress, beneath the ceiba tree, Lord Tlaloc, which is to say, we would ask your protection, your dominion over us. And at that bellow, priests in every part of the plaza threw onto the urn fires clouds of finely powdered maize flour, which exploded with a sharp crack and a dazzling flash, as if a fork of lightning had stabbed down among us. Then, Bararum, the thunder drum smote us again, and kept on pounding until our teeth seemed to be rattling loose in our jaws. But again it slowly quieted, and, when our ears could hear, we were listening to music played on the clay flute shaped like a sweet potato, and on the suspended gourds of different sizes which give different noises when struck with sticks, and on the flute made of 5 reeds of different lengths, fastened side by side. Well, behind all of those, the rhythm was kept by the strawn bone, a deer's toothed jawbone rasped with a rod. With the music came the dancers, men and women in concentric circles doing the reed dance. At their ankles, knees, and elbows were fastened dried pods of seeds, which rattled, whispered, and rustled as they moved. The men, wearing costumes of water blue, each carried a length of reed about as thick as his wrist and as long as his arm. The women were dressed in blouses and skirts colored the pale green of young reeds, and Tsitsitlini was their leader. The male and female dancers glided through graceful interweavings in time to the happy music. The women waved their arms sinuously above their heads, and you could see the waving of reeds in the breeze. The men shook their thick canes they carried, and you could hear the dry rustling of reeds in a breeze. Then the music soared louder, and the women grouped in the center of the plaza, dancing in place, while the men formed a ring around them and made a casting gesture with their thick reeds, at which each of the things was revealed to be not just a single reed, but a whole series of them, the thick one enclosing a less thick, which in turn enclosed a thinner, and so on. When a man made that throwing movement, all the inner reeds slid out of the one held in his hand, to become a long, tapering, curving line whose tip met the tips of all the others thrown. The dancing women were embowered by a fragile dome of the reeds, and the watching crowd again went "hoo" in admiration. Then, with an adroit flick of their wrists, the men made all those reeds slide back inside each other and into their hands. The cunning trick was done again and again, in varying patterns, as when the men formed 2 lines, and each threw his long reed to meet that of the man opposite, and the reeds made an arched tunnel through which the women danced. When the reed dance was done, there came a comic interlude. Into the firelit square crept and limped all those old folk who suffer from an ailment of the bones and joints. This affliction keeps them always more or less bent and crippled, but for some reason it is especially painful to them during the rainy months. So those old men and women struggle to that ceremony to dance before Tlaloc, in hope that, come the wet season, he would this time take pity and ease their aching. They were understandably serious in their intent, but the dance was bound to be grotesque, and the spectators began to titter, and then to laugh aloud, until the dancers themselves recognized their ridiculousness. One after another started to play the clown, exaggerating the absurdity of his or her limp or hobble. Eventually they were hopping on all fours like frogs, or lurching sideways like crabs, or hunching their scrawny old necks at each other like cranes in the mating season. And the watching crowd roared and rocked with laughter. The aged dancers got so carried away and so prolonged their hideous, hilarious capering that the priests had to clear them almost forcibly from the scene. It may interest your Excellency to know that those suppliant exertions never influenced Tlaloc to benefit a single cripple. Quite the contrary. Many of them were permanently bedridden from that night on. But those old fools, still capable, would keep coming back to dance again, year after year. Next came the dance of the Ayaname, those women whose bodies were reserved to the service of soldiers and knights. The dance they did was called the Quequezquiatl, the ticklish dance, because it roused such sensations among its watchers, male and female, young and old, that they often had to be restrained from rushing in among the dancers and doing something really outrageously irreverent. The dance was so explicit in its movements that, though only the Ayaname danced, and apart even from each other, you would swear they had invisible, naked male companions with whom. Yes, well, after the Ayaname had left the plaza, panting, perspiring, their hair tousled, their legs weak and wobbly, there came, to the hungry rumble of the god drum, a boy and a girl, each about 4 years old, in an ornate litter chair carried by priests. Because the late and unlamented revered speaker Tishak had been lax in his waging of war, there had been no captive children from some other nation available for that night's sacrifice. So the priests had had to buy the youngsters from 2 local slave families. The 4 parents sat well down front on the plaza and watched proudly as their babies were paraded several times past them in their several circuits of the square. The parents and the children had reason to be proud and pleased, for the little boy and girl had been purchased long enough beforehand to have been well cared for and well fed. They were now plump and perky, waving merrily to their parents and to everyone else in the crowd who waved at them. They were better dressed than they could ever have hoped to be, for they were costumed to represent the Tlaloque's spirits which attend upon the rain god. Their little mantles were of the finest cotton, a blue-green color, patterned with silver raindrops, and they wore on their shoulder blades cloud-white wings of paper. As had happened at every previous ceremony in honor of Tlaloc, the children were unaware of the behavior expected of them. They were so delighted by the excitement, the colors, the lights, and the music, that they bounced with laughter and beamed about them as radiantly as the sun. That, of course, was just the opposite of what they were meant to do. So, as usual, the priests carrying their chair had to reach up surreptitiously and pinch their bottoms. The children were at first puzzled, then pained. The boy and girl began to complain, then to weep, then to wail, as was proper. The more bawling, the more thunderstorms to come. The more tears, the more rain. The crowd joined in the crying, as was expected and encouraged, even for grown men and crusty warriors, until the hills round about echoed with the groaning and sobbing and beating of breasts. Every other drum and musical instrument now augmented the throbbing of the god drum and the ululation of the crowd, as the priest set down the litter chair on the far side of that stone tub of water by the pyramid. So unbelievably loud was the combined noise that probably not even the chief priest could hear the words he chanted over the 2 children when he lifted them and held them up one at a time to the sky, that Tlaloc might see and approve of them. Then 2 assistant priests approached, one with a small pot, the other with a brush. The chief priest bent over the boy and girl, and, though no one could hear, we all knew he was telling the children that they were now to don masks so the water would not get into their eyes while they swam in the sacred tank. They were still sniffling, not smiling, their cheeks wet with tears, but they did not protest when the priest brushed liquid ollie liberally over their faces, leaving only their flower-bud lips uncoated. We could not see their expression when the priest turned from them again to chant, still unheard, the final appeal that Tlaloc accept their sacrifice, that in exchange he send a substantial rainy season, and so on. The assistants lifted the boy and girl one last time, and the chief priest swiftly daubed the sticky liquid across their lower faces, covering mouths and nostrils, and the assistants dropped the children into the tank, where the cool water instantly congealed the gum. You see, the ceremony required that the sacrifices die in the water, but not of it. So they did not drown, they suffocated slowly behind the thick, unremovable, unterrible ollie masks, while they flailed desperately in the tank, and sank and rose and sank again, and the crowd wailed in mourning, and the drums and instruments continued their God-shouting cacophony. The children splashed and struggled ever more feebly, until first the girl, then the boy, ceased to move, and hung only dimly visible just under the water, and on the surface their white wings floated, widespread, unmoving. Cold-blooded murder, Your Excellency? But they were slave children. The boy and girl would otherwise have led brute lives, perhaps mated when they were grown, and begotten more brutes. When they came to die, they would have died to no purpose whatever, and they would have languished for a dreary eternity in the darkness and nothingness of Miquelon. Instead, they died to the honor of Tlaloc, and to the benefit of us who went on living, and their death earned them a happy life ever after in the lush green afterworld of Tlalocan. Barbaric superstition, Your Excellency? But that next rainy season was as bountiful as even a Christian could have implored, and it gave us a handsome harvest. Cruel? Heartrending? Well, yes. Yes, at least I remember it so, for that was the last happy holy day that Tsitsitlini and I were ever to enjoy together. When Prince Willow's acolyte came to fetch me again, it did not reach Chalthacan until well after midday, because it was then the season of high winds, and the oarsmen had had a turbulent crossing. It was just as rough going back. The lake was roiled into choppy waves, from which the wind tore and flung a stinging spray, so we did not dock at Texcoco until the sun was halfway to bed. Though the city's buildings and streets began there at the docks, that district was really only a fringe of lakeside industries and dwellings, boatyards, shops making nets, ropes, hooks, and the like. The houses of boatmen, fishermen, and fowlers. The city's center was perhaps half of one long run farther inland. Since no one from the palace had come to meet me, Willow's oarsmen volunteered to walk part of the way with me, and help to carry the bundles I had brought. Some additional clothes, another set of paints given me by Chimali, a basket of sweets cooked by Tsitsi. My companions dropped off, one by one, as we came to the neighborhoods in which they lived. But the last one told me that if I simply walked straight on, I could not fail to recognize the palace on the great central square. It was full dark by then, and there were not many other people abroad on that blustering night, but the streets were lighted. Every house seemed supplied with lamps of coconut oil, or avocado oil, or fish oil, or whatever fuel the householders could afford. Their light spilled out through the house's window openings, even those closed by lattice shutters, or cloth curtains, or oiled paper shades. In addition, there was a torchlight set at most of the street corners. High poles with copperwork baskets of blazing pine splinters on top. Those poles were set in sockets drilled through the fists of standing or squatting stone statues of various gods. I had not walked far before I began to tire. I was carrying so many bundles, and I was being so buffeted by the wind. It was with relief that I saw a street-side stone bench set in the darkness under a red-flowering tepakini tree. I sank down on it gratefully and sat for a while, enjoying being showered by the tree's scarlet petals blown loose by the wind. Then I became aware that the bench seat under me was ridged with a carved design. I had only to begin tracing it with my fingers, not even to peer at it in the dark, to know that it was picture writing, and to know what it said. "A resting place for the Lord Night Wind," I quoted aloud, smiling to myself. "You were reading exactly the same thing," said a voice from the darkness, "when we met at another bench some years ago." I gave a start of surprise, then squinted to make out the figure at the other end of the seat. Again he was wearing a mantle and sandals of good quality, though travel-worn, and he was so covered with the dust of the road that his coppery features were indistinct. But now I was probably just as dusty, and I had grown considerably, and I marveled that he could have recognized me. When I had recovered my voice, I said, "Yes, Yankee Katzen, it is a surpassing coincidence." "You should not address me as Lord Stranger," he growled, as surly as I remembered him. "Here you are the stranger." "True, my lord," I said, "and here I have learned to read more than the simple symbols of roadside benches." "I should hope so," he said dryly. "It is thanks to the Yue Tlatawani Nezahualpili," I explained. "At his generous invitation, I have enjoyed many months of higher schooling in his court classrooms." "And what do you do to earn such favors?" "Well, I would do anything, for I am grateful to my benefactor, and eager to repay him. But I have yet to meet the revered speaker, and nobody else gives me anything but schoolwork to do. It makes me uncomfortable to feel that I am only a parasite." "Perhaps Nezahualpili has merely been waiting to see you prove yourself trustworthy, to hear you say you would do anything." "I would. Anything he might ask." "I dare say he will ask something of you eventually." "I hope so, my lord." We sat for some time in silence, except for the sound of the wind moaning between the buildings, like Choka Kiato, the weeping woman forever wandering. Finally the dusty man said sarcastically, "You are eager to be of use at the court, but here you sit, and the palace is yonder." He waved down the street. I was being dismissed as curtly as the other time. I stood up, gathered my bundles, and said with some pique, "As my impatient lord suggests, I go. Mishpansinko. Shima Panoply," he drawled indifferently. I stopped under the torch pole at the next corner, and looked back. But the light did not reach far enough to illuminate the bench. If the travel-stained stranger still sat there, I could not make out his form. All I could see was a little red whirl of tapachini petals being danced along the street by the night wind. I finally found the palace, and found the slave boy Koskadal waiting to show me to my quarters. That palace at Texcoco was far larger than the one at Texcotzinco. It must have contained 1,000 rooms, since there was not so much space in the central city for its necessary annexes to sprawl and spread around it. Still, the Texcoco palace grounds were extensive, and, even in the middle of his capital city, Nezuhualpili evidently would not be denied his gardens and arbors and fountains and the like. There was even a living maze, which occupied land enough for 10 families to have farmed. It had been planted by some long ago royal ancestor, and had been growing ever since, though kept neatly clipped. It was now an avenue of parallel, impenetrable thorn hedges, twice man high, which twisted and forked and doubled upon itself. There was only a single opening in the hedge's green outer wall, and it was said that anyone entering there would, after long meandering, find his way to a little grassy glade in the center of the maze, but that the return route was impossible to retrace. Only the aged chief gardener of the palace knew the way out, a secret handed down in his family and traditionally kept secret even from the Yue Tlatoani. So no one was allowed to enter there without the old gardener for a guide, except as a punishment. The occasional convicted lawbreaker was sentenced to be delivered alone and naked into the maze, at spear point if necessary. After a month or so, the gardener would go in and bring out whatever remained of the starved and thorn-torn and bird-pecked and worm-eaten body. The day after my return, I was waiting for a class to begin, when a young Prince Willow approached me. After welcoming me back to court, he said casually, "My father would be pleased to see you in the throne room at your convenience, Head Nodder." At my convenience? How courteously the highest noble of the Aklahua summoned to his presence this lowly foreigner who had been battening on his hospitality. Of course I left the classroom and went immediately, almost running along the building's galleries, so that I was quite breathless when at last I dropped to one knee at the threshold of the immense throne room, made the gesture of kissing the earth, and said, "In your august presence, revered speaker." Shima Panolti, Head Nodder. When I remained bowed in my position of humility, he said, "You may rise, Mole." When I stood, but stayed where I was, he said, "You may come here, Dark Cloud." As I did so, slowly and respectfully, he said, smiling, "You have as many names as a bird which flies over all the nations of the one world, and which is called differently by every people." With a fly-whisk he was wielding, he indicated one of several Ikpaltan chairs ranged in a semicircle before the throne, and said, "Be seated." Nezuhualpili's own chair was no more grand or impressive than the stubby-legged one on which I sat, but it was raised on a dais so that I had to look up at him. He sat with his legs not formally crossed under him, or knees up in front of him, but languidly stretched out to the front and crossed at the ankles. Though the throne room was hung with featherwork tapestries and panel paintings, there were no other furnishings except the throne, those low chairs for visitors, and, directly in front of the Yue Tlatoani, a low table of black onyx on which reposed, facing him, a gleaming white human skull. "My father, Fasting Coyote, set that there," said Nezuhualpili, noticing my eyes upon it. "I do not know why. It may have been some vanquished enemy over whom he delighted to gloat, or some lost beloved he could never stop mourning. Or he may have kept it for the same reason I do." I asked, "And what is that, Lord Speaker?" "There come to this room envoys bearing threats of war or offering treaties of peace. There come plaintiffs laden with grievances, petitioners asking favors. When those persons address me, their faces may contort with anger, or sag with misery, or smile in feigned devotion. So, while I listen to them, I look not at their faces, but at the skull. I could only say, "Why, my lord?" Because there is the cleanest and most honest face of man. No paint or disguise, no guile or grimace, no sly wink or ingratiating smile. Only a fixed, ironic grin, a mockery of every living man's concern for urgencies. When any visitor pleads that I make a ruling here and now, I temporize, I dissimulate, I smoke a pokiettle or two, while I look long at that skull. It reminds me that the words I speak may well outlast my own flesh, may long stand as firm decrees, and to what effect on those then living? Ayo, that skull has often served to caution me against an impatient or impulsive decision. Nezahualpili looked from the skull to me and laughed. When the head lived, for all I know, it was that of a babbling idiot. But dead and silent, it is a wise counselor indeed. I said, "I think, my lord, that no counselor would be of use except to a man wise enough to heed counsel." "I take that as a compliment, head nodder, and I thank you. Now, was I wise to bring you here from Chaltacan?" "I cannot say, my lord. I do not know why you did." "Since the time of fasting Coyote, the city of Texcoco has been famed as a center of knowledge and culture. But such a center is not necessarily self-perpetuating. The noblest of families can breed dolts and sluggards. I could name a few of my own get. So we do not hesitate to import talent from elsewhere, and even to infuse foreign blood. You seemed a promising prospect, so here you are." "To stay, Lord Speaker?" "That will be up to you, or to your Tenali, or to circumstances that not you nor we can foresee. But your teachers have given good report of you, so I think it time that you became a more active participant in court life." "I had been hoping for a means to repay your generosity, my lord. Do you mean I am to be given some useful employment?" "If it is to your liking. During your recent absence I took another wife. Her name is Chalchio Neneto, Jadestone Doll." I said nothing, wondering confusedly if he had for some reason changed the subject. But he went on. "She is the eldest daughter of Ehuitzotl, a gift from him to mark his accession as the new Yue Tlatoani of Tenochtitlan. She is a Meshicatl like yourself. She is 15 years old, of an age to be your younger sister. Our ceremony of marriage has been duly celebrated, but of course the physical consummation will be postponed until Jadestone Doll is grown more mature." I still said nothing, though I could have told even the wise Nezahualpili something about the physical capabilities of adolescent Mexica maidens. He continued, "She has been given a small army of waiting women, and the entire east wing as apartments for herself. For servants' quarters, private kitchen, a private palace in miniature. So she will lack for nothing in the way of comfort, service, and female companionship. However, I wonder if you might consent, head nodder, to join her retinue. It would be good for her to have the company of at least one male, and he'd be a brother Meshikatl. At the same time, you would be serving me, instructing the girl in our customs, teaching her our Texcoco style of speech, preparing her to be a consort of whom I can be proud." I said evasively, "Chalchillo and Anetzin might not take kindly to having me appointed her keeper, Lord Speaker. A young girl can be wilful, irrepressible, jealous of her freedom." "How well I know," sighed Nezahualpili. "I have 2 or 3 daughters of about that same age, and Jadestone Doll, being the princess daughter of one Yue Tlatoani and the queen wife of another, is likely to be even more spirited. I would not condemn my worst enemy to be the keeper of a meddlesome young female. But I think, Mole, that you will find her at least pleasant to look upon." He must have pulled a concealed bell-rope some while before, for he gestured, and I turned to see a slim girl in a rich ceremonial skirt, blouse, and headdress, coming slowly but regally toward the dais. Her face was perfection, her head held high, her eyes demurely lowered. "My dear," said Nezahualpili, "this is Meechley, of whom I have spoken. Would you have him in your retinue, in the role of companion and protector?" "If my lord husband wishes it, I comply. If the young man agrees to it, I shall be pleased to regard him as my elder brother." The lawn-lashed eyelids lifted, and she looked at me, and her eyes were like unfathomably deep forest pools. I found out later that she habitually put into her eyes drops of juice from the herb Camopelshi-huitl, which greatly enlarged her pupils and made her eyes lustrous as jewels. It also forced her to avoid bright lights, even the light of day, when her dilated eyes saw almost as poorly as mine. "Well, then," said the revered speaker, rubbing his hands with satisfaction. I wondered, with some misgivings, just how long he had conferred with his council skull before deciding on this arrangement. To me, he said, "I ask only that you provide brotherly direction and advice, Head Nodder. I do not expect you to correct or chastise the Lady Jadestone Doll. It would, in any event, be a capital offence for a commoner to raise either his hand or his voice against a noblewoman. Nor do I expect you to play the jailer or the spy or the tale-bearer of her confidences. But I would be pleased, Mole, if you devote to your lady sister what time you can spare from your schoolwork and studies, that you serve her with the same devotion and discretion with which you serve me or the First Lady Tolana Tekiopil. Now go, young people, Shimo Panoti, and get acquainted with each other." We made the proper obeisances and left the throne room. In the corridor, Jadestone Doll smiled sweetly at me and said, "Mole, Head Nodder, Meechley, how many names do you have? My lady may call me whatever she pleases." She smiled even more sweetly, and put a delicate tapered fingertip to her pointed little chin. "I think I shall call you—" She smiled still more sweetly, and said with a sweetness like the taste of sticky maguey syrup, "I will call you Quelquier." That word is the third person singular jussive of the word to fetch, and is always pronounced forcefully and commandingly. Fetch! My heart grew heavy. If my latest name was to be Fetch, my misgivings about this arrangement seemed justified. And I was right. Though she still spoke in that maguey syrup voice,
The young queen dropped all semblance of demureness, docility, and submissiveness, and said, very queen-like, "You need not interrupt any of your daytime classwork, Fetch. However, I shall want you available in the evenings, and on call if necessary during the nights. You will please move all your effects into the apartment directly across the hall from mine." Without waiting for me to say any word of acquiescence, without herself saying any polite word of leave-taking, she turned and walked away down the hall. Jadestone Doll. She was named for the mineral Chanchihuitl, which, though it is neither rare nor of any intrinsic value, was prized by our people because it was the color of the center of everything. Unlike you Spaniards, who know only the 4 directions of what you call the compass, we perceived 5, and designated them by different colors. Like you, we had the east, north, west, and south, respectively referred to as the directions of the red, black, white, and blue. But we also had the green, to mark the center of the compass, so to speak, the place where a man was at any given moment, and all the space above that spot as far as the sky, and all below it as far as the Mictlan underworld. So the color green was important to us, and the green stone Chanchihuitl was precious to us, and only a child of noble lineage and high degree could appropriately have been named Jadestone Doll. Like a jadestone, that girl queen was an object to be handled most respectfully and carefully. Like a doll, she was exquisitely fashioned. She was beautiful. She was a work of divine craftsmanship. But, like a doll, she had no human conscience or compunctions. And, though I did not immediately recognize my feeling of premonition, like a doll, she was fated to be broken.
I must admit that I rather reveled in the sumptuous of my new chambers. 3 rooms, and the sanitary closet contained my own private steam bath. The bed in the bedroom was an even higher than ordinary pile of quilts, over which lay an enormous coverlet made of hundreds of tiny squirrel skins, bleached white and sewn together. Over the whole was suspended a fringed canopy, and from that hung almost invisible, fine meshed net curtains, which I could close around the bed to keep out mosquitoes and moths. The one inconvenience of the apartment was that it was far distant from those others which the slave Coscatl had in his charge. But when I mentioned that the Jadestone Doll, little Coscatl was abruptly relieved of all his other duties, to attend solely to me. The boy was ever so proud of that promotion. Even I felt rather the pampered young lord. And later, when Jadestone Doll and I were in disgrace, I would be glad that Coscatl had always been by me, and was loyally ready to testify in my defense. For I soon learned, if Coscatl was my slave, I was Jadestone Doll's. On that first evening, when one of her maids admitted me to her grand suite, the young queen's first words were, "I am glad you were given to me, Fetch, for I was getting unutterably bored, cooped up in seclusion like some rare animal." I tried to make a demurrer regarding the word given, but she overrode me. "I am told by Pizza," she indicated the elderly maidservant, hovering behind her cushioned bench, "that you are an expert at capturing the likeness of a person on paper." "I flatter myself, my lady, that people have recognized themselves and each other in my drawings, but it is some while since I have practiced the craft."
You will practice on me. Pizza, go across the corridor and have Coscatl collect the implements Fetch will require. The little boy brought me some chalk sticks and several sheets of bark paper. The brown, the cheapest, uncoated with lime, which I used for rough drafts of my picture writing. At my gesture, the boy went to crouch in a corner of the big room. I said apologetically, "You know of my poor eyesight, my lady. If I may have your permission to sit near you." I moved a low chair over beside the bench, and Jadestone Doll held her head still and steady, her glorious eyes on me, while I did a sketch. When I was done and handed her the paper, she did not glance at it, but held it over her shoulder to the maid. "Pizza, is it I?" "To the very dimple in the cheek, my lady, and no one could mistake those eyes." At which the young queen condescended to examine it, and nodded, and smiled sweetly at me. "Yes, it is I. I am very beautiful. Thank you, Fetch. Now, can you do bodies too?" "Well, yes. The articulation of limbs, the folds of garments, the identifying emblems and insignia. I am not interested in the outward habiliments. I mean the body. Here, do mine." The maid Pizza gave a muted shriek, and Coscatl's mouth dropped open. As Jadestone Doll stood up and, without coyness or hesitation, stripped off all her jewelry and bangles, her sandals, her blouse, her skirt, and finally her single remaining undergarment. Pizza went away and buried her flushed face in the draperies by the window. Coscatl seemed incapable of movement, as the young queen again reclined on the bench. In my agitation, I dropped some of my drawing materials from my lap to the floor, but I managed to say, and in a voice of severity, "My lady, this is most unseemly." "Ah, the typical prudery of a commoner," she said, and laughed at me. "You must learn, Fetch, that a noble woman thinks nothing of being nude, or of bathing, or of performing any function in the presence of slaves. Male or female, they might be pet deer or collie, or a moth in the room, for all that their seeing signifies." "I am not a slave," I said stiffly. "My seeing my lady unclad, the queen of the Tlatoani, would be accounted a criminal liberty, a capital offense. And those who are slaves can talk." "Not mine. They fear my own anger more than that of any law or any lord. Pizza, show Fetch your back." The maid whimpered, and, without turning, slid her blouse down for me to see the raw welts inflicted by a knout of some sort. I looked at Coscatl to make sure that he also saw and understood. "Now," said Jadestone Doll, smiling her Mogwai syrup smile, "come as near as you please, Fetch, and draw me entire." So I did, though my hand trembled so that I had often to rub out and redraw a line. The tremor was not entirely because of my dismay and apprehension. The sight of Jadestone Doll stark naked would, I think, have made any man tremble. She might better have been named Golden Doll, for gold was the color of her body, and its every surface and curve and crevice and bend and hollow was as perfectly rendered as by a Tontocatl doll-maker. I might also mention that her nipples and their areolas were dark and generous in size. I drew her in the pose she had assumed, full length on the cushioned bench, except for one leg negligently trailing onto the floor. her arms behind her head to give an even more piquant tilt to her breasts. Though I could not help viewing, I might say memorizing, certain parts of her, I confess that my prudish sense of propriety made me blur them somewhat in the drawing, and Jadestone Doll complained about that when I gave her the finished picture. I am all a smudge between the legs. Are you squeamish, Fetch, or merely ignorant of female anatomy? Surely the most sacrosanct part of my body deserves the most attention to detail. She got up from the bench and came to stand spread-legged before me, where I sat on my low chair. With one finger, she traced what she now displayed and painstakingly described. See? How these tender pink lips come together here in front, to enfold this little shakapili nub, which is like a pink pearl, and, most responsive to the lightest touch. I was perspiring heavily. The servant Pizza had practically enshrouded herself in the draperies, and Cascadel appeared permanently paralyzed in his crouch in the corner. Now quit your prissy agonizing, Fetch, said the girl queen. I did not intend to tease you, rather to test your craftsmanship. I have a task for you. She turned to snap at the maid. Pizza, stop hiding your head. Come and dress me again. While that was being done, I said, My lady wishes me to draw a picture of someone? Yes. Of whom, my lady? Of anyone, she said, and I blinked in puzzlement. You see, when I walk about the palace grounds, or go into the city in my chair, it would be unladylike of me to point and say that one. Also, my eye drops can dazzle me so that I might overlook someone really attractive. I mean men, of course. Men? I echoed stupidly. I want you to carry your papers and chalks wherever you go. Whenever you encounter some handsome man, put his face and figure on paper for me. She paused to giggle. You need not undress him. I want as many different pictures of as many different men as you can provide. But no one is to know why you are doing it, or for whom. If you are questioned, say you are merely practicing your art. She tossed back to me the 2 drawings I had just done. That is all. You may take your leave, Fetch, and do not come back until you have a sheaf of pictures to show me. I was not, even then, so dense that I did not have an inkling of what Jadestone Doll's command portended. But I put that out of my mind, to concentrate on doing the task to the best of my ability. My main problem was in trying to guess what a 15-year-old girl might regard as handsome in a man. Having been given no other criteria, I confined my surreptitious sketchings to princes and knights and warriors and athletes and other such stalwarts. But when I returned to the Queen, with Coscatl carrying my stack of bark papers, I had whimsically topped them with a drawing I had done from memory, of that bent, crooked, cocoa-brown man who had so oddly kept reappearing to my life. She sniffed, but surprised me by saying, You think you jest in mischief, Fetch. However, I have heard whispers among women that there are special delights to be had from dwarfs and hunchbacks, and even, she glanced at Coscatl, a little boy with a tapuli like an earlobe. Some day, when I tire of the ordinary. She riffled through the papers, then stopped and said, Yo, this one, Fetch. He has bold eyebrows. Who is he? That is the Crown Prince, Black Flower. She frowned prettily. No, that might cause complications. She went on, intently studying each picture, then said, "And this one?" "I do not know his name, my lady. He is a swift messenger, whom sometimes I see running with messages." "Ideal," she said, with that smile of hers. She pointed to the drawing and said, "Fetch." She was not just pronouncing my name, but the verbal imperative. Bring him. I had fearfully anticipated something of the sort, but I broke into a cold sweat none the less. With the utmost diffidence and formality, I said, "My Lady Jadestone Doll, I have been ordered to serve you, and cautioned not to correct or criticize you. But, if I rightly perceive your intentions, I beg you to reconsider. You are the virgin princess of the greatest lord in all the one world, and the wedded virgin queen of a lord who is also great. You will be demeaning two revered speakers and your own noble self, if you trifle with some other man before you go to your lord husband's bed." I was expecting her at any moment to produce the whip she used on her slaves, but she heard me out, still wearing her infuriating sweet smile. Then she said, "I could tell you that your impertinence is punishable, but I will merely remark that Nezahualpili is older than my own father, and that his virility has apparently been sapped by the Lady of Tolan, by all his other wives and concubines. He keeps me sequestered here, while he is no doubt desperately trying medicines and enchantments to stiffen his limp and weathered old Tepuli. But why should I waste my urges and juices and the bloom of my beauty, while I await his convenience or his capability? If he requires postponement of his husbandly duties, I shall arrange that they are long postponed indeed. And then, when he and I are ready, you may be sure I can convince Nezahualpili that I come to him untouched and pristine and as timorous of the experience as any maiden." I tried again. I really did my best to dissuade her, though I do not think anyone afterward ever really believed it. "My lady, remember who you are, and the lineage from which you descend. You are the granddaughter of the venerated Moctezuma, and he was born of a virgin. His father threw a gemstone into a garden of his beloved. She tucked it into her bosom, and at that moment conceived the child Moctezuma, before she ever married or coupled with his father. Thus you have a heritage of purity and virginity which you should not sully." She interrupted me with a laugh. "I am touched, Fetch, by your concern, but you should have lectured me when I was 9 or 10 years old, when I was a virgin." It belatedly occurred to me to turn to Coscatl and to say, "You may go now, boy." Jadestone Doll said, "You know those carvings that the beastly Huasteca make? The wood torsos with the oversized male member? My father, Ahuitzotl, keeps one hanging on the wall of a gallery in our palace as a curiosity to amuse or amaze his men friends. It interests women, too. It has been rubbed smooth and glossy by those who have handled it admiringly in passing. Noble women, servant wenches, myself." I said, "I really do not think I care to hear," but she ignored my protestation. I had to drag a big storage chest against the wall, on which to stand to reach the thing, and it took me many painful days, because after each of my early attempts I had to wait and rest while my inadequate Tepili stopped hurting. But I persisted, and it was a day of triumph when I finally managed just the tip of the tremendous thing. Little by little, I took more of it into me. I have had perhaps 100 men since then, but none of them has ever given me the sensation I enjoyed in those days of thumping my little belly against that crude Huasteca carving. I pleaded, "I should not know these things, my lady." She shrugged. "I make no excuses for my nature. That sort of release is something I must have, and must have often, and will have. I would even use you for that purpose, Fetch. You are not unappealing, and you would not inform against me, for I know you will obey Nezahualpili's bidding that you be no tale-bearer. But that would not prevent your confessing your own guilt at our coupling, and that would be the ruin of us both. So?" She handed me the picture I had drawn of the unsuspecting messenger, and a ring from her finger. "Give him this. It was my lord husband's wedding gift to me, and there is not another like it." The ring was of red gold, set with a huge emerald whose value was incalculable. Those jewels were only seldom brought by traders who ventured as far as the land of Guatemalan, the uttermost southern limit of our trade routes. And the emerald's origin was not even there, but in some land, its name unknown, an untold distance farther to the south of Guatemalan. The ring was one of those designed to be worn on a hand held vertically, for its circlet was hung with jadestone pendants that would show to best advantage when the wearer kept her hand uplifted. The ring had been made to the measure of Jadestone Doll's middle finger. I could barely squeeze it onto my little one. "No, you are not to wear it," the girl warned. "Nor is he. That ring would be recognized by anyone who saw it. He is merely to carry it, hidden, and then at midnight tonight show it to the guard on the eastern gate. At sight of the ring, the guard will admit him. Pizza will be waiting just inside to bring him here." "Tonight?" I said. "But I must find him again, my lady. He may have been sent running on an errand to who knows where." "Tonight," she said. "I have already been too long deprived." I do not know what she would have done to me had I not found the man, but I did, and accosted him as if I were a young noble with a message for him to carry. I deliberately did not give him my name, but he said, "I am Yeyak Netzlin, at my lord's service." "At a lady's service," I corrected him. "She wishes that you attend upon her at the palace at midnight." He looked troubled and said, "It is most difficult to run a message any distance at night, my lord." But then his eyes fell on the ring I held in my palm, and his eyes widened, and he said, "For that lady, of course, not midnight nor Mictlan could prevent my doing the service." "It is a service requiring discretion," I said, a sour taste in my mouth. "Show this ring to the guard on the east gate to be admitted." "I hear and obey, young lord. I will be there." And he was. I stayed awake and listened near my door until I heard Pizza lead Yeyak Netzlin tiptoe into the door across the corridor. After that I heard no more, so I do not know how long he stayed or how he effected his departure. And I did not listen again for his subsequent arrivals, so I do not know how often he visited. But it was a month before Jadestone Doll, yawning with boredom, asked me to start sketching prospective new consorts. So Yeyak Netzlin apparently satisfied her for that span of time. The swift messenger's name, appropriately, meant long legs, and perhaps he was otherwise lengthily endowed. Though Jadestone Doll made no demands upon my time during that month, I was not always easy in mind. The revered speaker came about every 8th or 9th day to pay a courtesy call on his supposedly cosseted and patient Princess Queen, and often I was present in the apartment, and I strove not to sweat visibly during those interviews. I could only wonder why, in the names of all the gods, Nezahualpili did not recognize that he was married to a female ripe and ready for his immediate savoring, or that of any other man. Those jewelers who deal in jadestone say that the mineral is easily found among the commoner rocks of the field, because it proclaims its own presence and availability. Simply go into the countryside at first sunrise, they say, and you will see a rock here or there exuding a faint but unmistakable vapor which announces proudly, "There is jadestone inside me. Come and take it." Like the prized mineral for which she was named, Jadestone Doll also emanated some indefinable nimbus, or essence, or vibration, which said to every male, "Here I am. Come and take me." Could Nezahualpili be the only man in creation who did not sense her ardor and readiness? Could he really be impotent and uninterested, as the Unqueen had said? No. When I saw and listened to them together, I realized that he was manifesting a gentlemanly consideration and restraint. For Jadestone Doll, in her perverse reluctance to settle for just one lover, was making him see not a girl in the prime of nubility, but a delicate and immature adolescent, untimely consigned to a marriage of convenience. During his visits, she was not at all the Jadestone Doll so well known to me and her slaves, and presumably to Yeyak Netzlin. She wore garments that concealed her provocative curves and made her look as slender and fragile as a child. Somehow she suppressed her usual aura of flagrant sexuality, not to mention her usual arrogance and irascibility. She never once used the rude name "fetch" when referring to me. Somehow she kept the real Jadestone Doll concealed. Tapko petlakalko, in the bag, in the box, as we say of a secret. In the presence of her lord, she neither lay languorously on a couch, nor even sat on a chair. She knelt at his feet, her knees modestly together, her eyes demurely downcast, and she spoke in a childishly meek voice. She might have fooled even me into believing her no more than 10 years old, except that I knew what she had already been, even at that age. "I hope you find your life less constricted," said Nezahualpili, "now that you have Meechly for a companion." "Oh, yes, my lord," she said, dimpling. "He is an invaluable escort. Meechly shows me things and explains them. Yesterday he took me to the library of your esteemed father's poetry, and recited for me some of the poems." "And did you like them?" asked the Uatlatawani. "Oh, I did. But I think I should like even more to hear some of your own, my lord husband." Nezahualpili accordingly recited for us some of his compositions, though with becoming modesty. They sound better, of course, when my drummer accompanies me. One of them, praising the sunset, concluded,
Like a bright bouquet of flowers, our radiant God, our glowing God, the sun thrusts himself into a vase of richest jewels, and the day is done. Lovely, sighed Jadestone Doll. It makes me feel a little melancholy. The sunset? Asked Nizuhualpili. No, my lord, the mention of gods. I know that in time I shall become acquainted with all those of your people. But meanwhile, I have none of my old accustomed gods about me. Would I be forward if I asked my revered husband's permission to place in these rooms some statues of my family's favorites? My dear little doll, he said indulgently, you may do or have anything that makes you happy and less homesick. I will send Pishkito, the resident palace sculptor, and you may instruct him to carve whatever gods your gentle heart yearns for. When he left her rooms that time, Nizuhualpili signaled for me to accompany him. I went, still silently commanding my sweat pores to stay shut, for I fully expected to be questioned about Jadestone Doll's activities when she was not visiting libraries. Much to my relief, though, the revered speaker inquired about my own activities. Is it much of a burden on you, Mole? He asked kindly, devoting so much time to your young lady sister. No, my lord, I lied. She is most considerate about not intruding on my school time. It is only in the evenings that we converse, or stroll about the palace, or wander about the city. In the conversing, he said, I would ask that you spend some effort on trying to correct your Mexicano accent. You yourself picked up our Texcoco speech so quickly. Do encourage her to speak more elegantly, Head Nodder. Yes, my lord, I will try. He went on. Your Lord Teacher of Word Knowing tells me that you have also made quick and admirable progress in the art of picture writing. Could you perhaps spare any other time to put that ability to a practical use? To be sure, my lord, I exclaimed eagerly, ardently. I will make time. Thus I finally began my career as a scribe, and it was thanks in large measure to Jadestone Doll's father, Ehuitzotl. Immediately upon being crowned Yue Tlatoani of Tenochtitlan, Ahuitzotl had dramatically demonstrated his prowess as a ruler by declaring a war against the Huasteca of the coast to the northeast. Personally leading a combined army of Mexica, Acolhua, and Tecpaneca, he had waged and won the war in less than a month. The armies brought back much booty, and the defeated nation was, as usual, put under annual tribute. The plunder and the yearly levy were to be divided among the Triple Alliance, as was customary, 2/5 each to Tenochtitlan and Texcoco, 1/5 to Tlacopan. The job Nezuhualpili gave me was to draw up a ledger book listing the tribute items received from the Huasteca, and those yet to come, and then also to enter the various items, turquoise, cocoa, cotton mantles, skirts and blouses, cotton cloth in bulk, in other ledgers which kept account of the goods as they were stored in various Texcoco warehouses. It was a task that exercised my knowledge of both picture writing and arithmetic, and I threw myself into it with great pleasure, with a conscientious determination to do it well. But, as I have said, Jadestone Doll also had use for my abilities, and called me in again to command that I renew my search for and my sketching of handsome men. She also took that opportunity to complain about the palace sculptor's lack of ability. As my lord husband allowed, I ordered this statue, and I gave precise instructions to that old fool of a sculptor he sent. But look at it, Fetch, a monstrosity. I looked at it. A life-sized male figure sculptured in clay, painted in lifelike colors, and baked to hardness. It depicted no god of the Meshuggah that I could recognize, but there was something familiar about it. The Akolhua are supposed to be so expert in the arts, the girl went on, with disdain. Know this, Fetch. Their avowed master sculptor is woefully inept compared to some far less renowned artists whose work I have seen back home. If Pishkito does not do my next statue better than this one, I shall send to Tenochtitlan for those Meshuggah unknowns, and put him to shame. You go and tell him so. I rather suspected that the lady was merely preparing an excuse to import not artists, but some former lovers whom she fondly remembered. Nevertheless, as commanded, I went and found the palace sculptor Pishkito in his studio below ground level. It was clamorous with the roar of the baking kiln's fire, the stones hammering and chiseling and chipping of his students and apprentices. I had to shout to make him hear Jadestone Doll's complaint and threat. I did my best, said the elderly artist. The young queen would not even tell me the name of her chosen god, so that I could refer to other statues or painted pictures of him. All that I had to work from was this. And he showed me a chalk drawing on bark paper. My own picture of Yayak Netzlin. I was extremely puzzled. Why should Jadestone Doll have ordered the statue of a god, whichever god it was supposed to be, and order it made in the likeness of a mere and mortal swift messenger? But, in expectation that she would snarl at me to mind my own business, I did not ask her. In my next delivery of drawings, I deliberately included, and not entirely in facetious spirit, a picture of Jadestone Doll's own legitimate husband, the revered speaker, Nezuhualpili. She gave it and me only a scornful sniff as she thrust it to the side. The picture she chose that time was one of a young under-gardener at the palace, Shali Oatly by name, and it was to him that I gave her ring and her instructions the next day. He, like his predecessor, was only a commoner, but he spoke Nahuatl with the Texcoco accent, and I hoped, since I would again be excused for a while from attendance upon the lady, that he would continue the refining of her speech, as Nezuhualpili desired. When I had finished the Huashteca tribute entries, I delivered the ledger lists to my under-treasurer in charge of such things, who highly praised my work to his superior, the Snake Woman, and that Lord Strongbone, in turn, was kind enough to give a good report of me to Nezuhualpili. Whereupon the revered speaker sent for me to ask if I would like to try my hand at the very same sort of work you are doing, Reverend Friars. That is, to take down in writing the words spoken in the chamber where the Yue Tlatoani met with his speaking council, and in the Hall of Justice where he gave audience to lesser Ekolhua, bringing requests and complaints. Naturally, I took on the job with gleeful enthusiasm, and, though at first it was not easy and I made mistakes, I eventually earned plaudits for that work too. I must say immodestly that I had already attained considerable fluency proficiency, and accuracy in setting down my pictures. Now I had to learn to do the symbols swiftly, though of course I could never have become so rapid a scribe as any of you, my lords. In those council meetings and receptions of supplicants, there was seldom a moment when somebody was not speaking words to be recorded, and often there would be several persons talking at once. Fortunately for me, the system was, like yours, to have 2 or more experienced scribes simultaneously at work, so that what one of them missed, another would probably catch. I early learned to set down only the symbols recording the most important words of any person's discourse, and those only in sketchy outline. Afterward, at my leisure, I would strive to recall and insert the substance between, then make a clean recopying of the whole, and add the colors that made it fully comprehensible. That method not only improved my rapidity of writing, it improved my memory as well. I also found it useful to invent a number of what I call summary symbols, into which were compressed an entire procession of words. For example, I would put down just one little circle, representing an open mouth, for the lengthy preface with which every man or woman began every least remark to the Yue Tlatoani. In your august presence, Mishpancinco, my lord revered speaker, Nezuhualpili. If anyone talked alternately of recent and past events, I differentiated between them by drawing alternately the simple symbols that represented a baby and a vulture. The baby, you see, stood for new and identified recent events. The vulture, being bald-headed, stood for old and identified the past events. Ah, well. All this reminiscing may be of some professional interest to fellow scribes like yourselves, reverend friars, but in truth I speak of those things because I am loath to speak of other things, like my next summons to the chambers of the Lady Jadestone Doll. I require a new face, she said, though we both knew that it was not any face she required. And I do not wish to wait while you collect a new series of drawings. Let me look again at those you have already done. I brought them to her, and she went rapidly through the papers, giving each a mere glance, until she stopped and said, "This one, who is he?" "Some slave I have seen about the palace," I told her. "I believe he is employed as a litter-bearer." "Fetch," she commanded, handing me her emerald ring. "My lady," I protested, "a slave?" "When I am in urgent appetite, I am not overly fastidious," she said. "Besides, slaves are often very good. The wretches dare not refuse to comply with the most debasing demands made of them." She smiled that cloyingly sweet smile of hers. And the more spineless a man is, the more reptilian contortions he can squirm himself into. Before I could raise any more objections, Jadestone Doll led me to a wall alcove and said, "Now look at this. The second god I have ordered from that so-called master sculptor Pishkito." "This is no god," I said, aghast, as I stared at the new statue. "That is the gardener, Shali Odli," she said in a cold voice, warningly. "As far as you and everyone in Texcoco are concerned, that is an obscure god worshipped by my family in Tenochtitlan. But never mind that. You at least recognize the face. I will wager no one else would, except perhaps his mother."
That old Pishkidul is hopelessly incompetent. I have sent for those Meshika artists I spoke of. They will be here immediately after the festival of Ochpanistli. Go and tell Pishkidul that I wish a separate and private studio prepared for them and supplied with all the materials they will require. Then find that slave. Give him the ring and the usual instructions. When I again confronted the sculptor, he said grumpily, I can only insist that again I did my best with the drawing given me. At least this time she also gave me a skull to work with. What? Oh yes, it is much easier to sculpture a good likeness when one has the actual underlying bones on which to mold the clay. Not wanting to believe what I should have realized much earlier, I stammered, But, but Master Pishkidul, no one could possibly possess the skull of a god. He gave me a long look from his heavy-lidded old eyes. All I know is that I was given the skull of a newly dead adult male, and that the skull structure approximated the facial features of the drawing I was also given, and I was told that the drawing was that of some minor god. I am not a priest to question the god's authenticity, and I am not a fool to question an imperious queen. I do the work I am bidden to do, and so far I have kept my own skull intact. Do you understand? I nodded numbly. I finally did understand, and only too well. The master went on. I will prepare the studio for the new artists soon to arrive. But I must say, I do not envy anyone thus employed by the Lady Jadestone Doll. Not myself, not them, not you. I did not envy my situation either, procurer to a murderess. But I was already far too deeply involved to see any means of extricating myself. I went and found the slave, whose name was Niez Huayotl, in the pathetically overweening manner of slave names. I will be of greatness. Apparently he did not live up to it, for it was not long before Jadestone Doll summoned me again. You were right, Fetch, she said. A slave can be a mistake. That one actually began to fancy himself a human being. She laughed. Well, he will be a god before long, which is more than he could ever have expected. But this makes me realize something. My lord husband may eventually begin to wonder why I have statues of only gods in my chambers. I should have at least one goddess. In your last showing of drawings, I saw one of a comely woman. Go and bring that picture here. I did, though sick at heart. I was sorry I had let the young queen glimpse that sketch. I had made it for no ulterior reason, but impulsively, out of admiration for the woman, when she had attracted my own attention. Indeed, she caught many men's eyes, and lit those eyes with speculation or longing. But Nimel Huili was already a married woman, the wife of a prosperous feather worker in the Texcoco craftsman's market. Her beauty was not just in her lively and luminous face. Her gestures were always fluid and gentle. Her carriage was proud. Her lips had a smile for everyone. Nimel Huili exuded an unquenchable happiness. And her name was apt. It meant something delicate. Jadestone Doll studied her picture, and, to my relief, said, I cannot send you to her, Fetch. That would be a breach of good manners, and might cause an undesirable commotion. I will send one of my slave women." But that did not, as I had hoped, end my involvement. The next I heard from the young queen was, "The woman Nemohuili will be here tonight, and this will be the first time, would you believe it, that I have ever indulged with one of my own sex. I want you to attend, with your drawing materials, and record this adventure, so that I may see later the various things we shall be doing." Of course I was dismayed at the idea, for 3 reasons. First and foremost, I was angry at myself for having inadvertently involved something delicate. Though I knew her only by sight and reputation, I held a high regard for her. Second, and selfishly, I could never after that night claim that I did not know for certain what sort of things happened in my lady's chambers. Third, I felt some revulsion at the prospect of being forced to witness an act that should be private. But there was no way I could refuse, and I must admit that among my emotions was a perverse curiosity. I had heard the word patlakua, but I could not imagine how 2 females could perform together. Something delicate arrived, looking as cheerful and lightsome as ever, though understandably a bit bewildered at that clandestine middle night appointment. It was summer, and the air outside was not at all chilly, but she wore a square cape over her shoulders. Perhaps she had been instructed to muffle her face in the cloak on the way to the palace. "My lady," she said courteously, inquiringly, glancing from the young queen to me, where I sat with a sheaf of bark papers on my lap. There had been no way for me discreetly to conceal my presence, since my eyesight required me to sit close if I was to record whatever occurred. "Pay no attention to the scribe," said Jadestone Doll. "Pay attention only to me. First, I must be assured that your husband knows nothing of this visit." "Nothing, my lady. He was sleeping when I left. Your maid told me to tell him nothing, and I did not, for I thought you might somehow have need of me for something of no concern to men." "Precisely so," said her hostess, simpering with satisfaction. When the woman's eyes again slid sideways to me, Jadestone Doll snapped. "I said ignore this one. He is furniture. He does not see or hear. He does not exist." Then she dropped her voice to a coaxing murmur. "I have been told that you are one of the most beautiful women in Texcoco. As you see, my dear, so am I. It occurred to me that we might enjoyably compare our beauties." At that, with her own hands, she reached out and raised the cape, so that its central slit lifted over Nemohuili's head. The visitor naturally looked surprised at having a queen personally take her cape. But then her expression changed to shock bafflement, as Jadestone Doll next raised her lawn blouse and lifted it over her head, leaving her bare from the waist up. Only her wide eyes moved. They flicked once more to me, like those of a frightened doe at bay, beseeching help from one of the hunters pressing in. But I pretended not to see. I made my face impassive. I kept my gaze apparently intent on the drawing I had just begun, and I do not think something delicate looked at me again. From that moment, she evidently managed to do as she had been told, to believe that I was not present or even existent. I think If the poor woman had not been able to blot me from her consciousness, she would have died that night of shame. While the woman stood bare-breasted, as rigid as if she were already a statue, Jadestone Doll removed her own blouse, slowly, seductively. She might have been doing it to arouse an unresponsive man. Then she stepped close, until their two bodies were all but touching. Something Delicate was perhaps 10 years older than the girl queen, and about a hand's breadth taller. "Yes," said Jadestone Doll, "your breasts are beautiful. Except," she pretended to pout, "your nipples are timid. They hold themselves folded so neatly. Can they not swell and thrust like mine?" She stood on tiptoe, leaned her upper body a little forward, and exclaimed, "Why, look, they touch exactly. Our bosoms fit together so perfectly, my dear. Might not the rest of us?" And she pressed her lips to the lips of Something Delicate. The woman did not close her eyes or change expression in the least, but Jadestone Doll's cheeks hollowed. After a moment, she drew her face back just far enough to say delightedly, "There, your nipples can grow. I knew it. Do you not feel them unfolding against mine?" She leaned forward for another probing kiss, and at that time Something Delicate did close her eyes, as if in fear that something unintended might show in them. They stood like that, immobile, long enough for me to capture a picture of them. Jadestone Doll still on tiptoe, the two of them touching nowhere but at lips and breasts. Then the girl reached to the waist of the woman's skirt and deftly undid the fastening of it, so that it dropped rustling to the floor. I was close enough to see the just perceptible ripple of the woman's muscles as she tightened her long legs protectively together. After a moment, Jadestone Doll undid her own skirt and let it fall around her feet. She had worn nothing underneath it, so she was now entirely naked except for her golden sandals. But when she pressed the entire length of her body against that of Something Delicate, she realized that the woman, like any decent woman, still wore an undergarment. Jadestone Doll stepped away and gazed at her with mingled amusement, fondness, and mild annoyance, and she said sweetly, "I shall not remove your final modest covering, Something Delicate. I shall not even ask you to do so. I shall make you want to." The girl queen took the woman's hand and tugged, so that she walked, and they crossed the room to the big, soft, canopied bed. They lay on top of it, with no covering over them, and I moved closer with my chalks and papers. Well, yes, Fray Geronimo, there is more. After all, I was there. I saw everything. I have forgotten nothing. But of course you may be excused from hearing it, if that is your wish. I might say to you remaining reverend scribes that I have seen rape in my time. I have seen soldiers, ours and yours, violently assault their women captives. But in all my life I have never seen a female so violated in her soul as well as in her sexual parts, so insidiously, thoroughly, ruinously, and horrifyingly violated, as was Something Delicate by Jadestone Doll. And what has made it remain in my memory, more stark than any remembered rape of a woman by a man, is that the adolescent girl manipulated the married woman, never once by force or command, but by gentle touches and caresses, that at last brought Something Delicate to a point of paroxysm, after which she was no longer responsible for her behavior. It might be appropriate here for me to mention that, in our language, when we speak of seducing a woman, we say, "I caress her with flowers." Something Delicate lay supine and determinedly indifferent for a while, and only Jadestone Doll did anything. She used just her lips and tongue and the very tips of her fingers. She used them on the woman's closed eyelids and their lashes, on the woman's earlobes, the hollow of her throat, the cleft between her breasts, the length and breadth of her exposed body, the dimple of her navel, up and down her legs. Repeatedly, she used the tip of her finger or tongue to trace slow spirals around one of the woman's breasts, before at last tweaking or licking the hardened, upright nipple. The girl did not again press any passionate kiss upon Something Delicate, but she kept coming back from her other activities, merely to flick her tongue teasingly across the woman's closed mouth. And gradually the woman's own lips, like her teats, became swollen and ruddy. Her pale copper skin, at first smooth, began to prickle all over with gooseflesh, and then to tremble in places. Jadestone Doll occasionally would have to stop her fondlings and clutch tight to the woman, her body writhing. Something Delicate, even with her eyes closed, could not help feeling and knowing what was happening to the girl. Only a stone statue could have remained unaffected by it, and even the most virtuous, reluctant, frightened woman is no statue. The next time the young queen helplessly began to shudder, Something Delicate made a sort of cooing noise, as a mother might make to a distressed child. She moved her hands to lift Jadestone Doll's head from her bosom, brought it up to her own, and for the first time herself implanted a kiss. Her lips forced the girl's open, and her cheeks hollowed deeply, and a muffled whimper came from both the crushed together mouths, and both bodies palpitated together, and the woman dropped one of her hands to rip away her undergarment from between them. After that, Something Delicate again lay still, and closed her eyes again, and bit the back of her hand, which did not prevent a sob escaping her. Jadestone Doll, when her panting had abated, again was the only one moving on the rumpled bed. But the woman was now also naked, vulnerable in every part, and the girl had more places to which to give attention. For a while, Something Delicate kept her legs pressed tight together, but slowly, little by little, as if she had nothing to do with it, the woman let her muscles slacken and her legs relax, and they parted a little, and a little more. Jadestone Doll burrowed her head between them, seeking what she had once described to me as the little pink pearl. That went on for some time, and the woman, as if being tortured, made many and various small noises, and finally a violent movement. When she recovered, she must have decided that, having now abandoned herself so far, no further abandonment could further abase her. Because Something Delicate began doing to Jadestone Doll what the girl was still doing to her. That occasioned a variety of couplings. Sometimes they would be clasped in embrace like a man and a woman, kissing mouth to mouth while their pelvises rubbed together. Sometimes they would lie reversed on the bed, each hugging the other's hips while she used her tongue as a miniature but much more nimble simulacrum of a man's member. Sometimes they would lie so that their thighs overlapped, and only their lower bodies touched, straining to bring their little pink pearls into contact and mutual friction. In that posture, they reminded me of the legend which tells how the race of humankind came into being. It was said that after the eras when the earth was inhabited first by gods and then by giants, the gods decided to bequeath the world to human beings. Since there were then no such things, the gods had to create them, and they did, making a few men and an equal number of women. But the gods designed them badly, for those early humans had bodies that ended below the waist in a kind of smooth knob. According to the legend, the gods intended modestly to conceal the people's genitals, though that is hard to be believed, since the gods and goddesses are hardly notorious for their own sexual modesty. At any rate, those early people were able to hop about on the stumps of their bodies, and to enjoy all the beauties of the world they had inherited, but they could not enjoy each other, and they wanted to, because, concealed or no, their separate sexes mightily attracted each other. Happily for the future of mankind, those early people contrived a way to overcome their handicap. They bounded high, a man and a woman together, and in mid-air merged their lower bodies, the way some insects mate on the wing. Exactly how they managed that coupling, the legend does not tell, nor how the women delivered the babies thus conceived. But they did, and the next generation was complete with legs and accessible genital organs. Watching Jadestone Doll and Something Delicate in that position, where they were rubbing their tipili parts urgently together, I could not help but think of those first humans and their determination to copulate despite their having nothing to do it with. I should mention that the woman and the girl, whatever intricate positions they assumed, and however avidly they fondled one another, did not thrash and bounce about as much as a man and a woman do when engaged in that act. Their movements were sinuous, not angular, graceful, not gross. Many times, however invisibly busy some parts of both of them undoubtedly were, the two appeared to me to be as still as if they slept. Then one or both would shiver, or stiffen, or jerk, or writhe. I lost count, but I know that Something Delicate and Jadestone Doll each came to many more climaxes that night than either could have achieved with the most virile and enduring man. In between those small convulsions, though, they stayed in their several poses long enough for me to make many drawings of their bodies, separately or intertwined. If some of the pictures were smudged or drawn with a trembly line, it was not the fault of the models, except in so far as their doings agitated the artist. I was no statue either. Several times, watching them, I was racked by sympathetic shudderings, and twice my own unruly member. And now Fray Domingo leaves us, and precipitately. Odd, how one man can be adversely affected by some words, and another man by others. I think words conjure up different images in different minds, even in the minds of impersonal scribes, who are supposed to hear them only as sounds, and record them only as marks on paper. Perhaps, since that is so, I had better refrain from telling of the other things the girl and woman did during that long night. But finally they fell away from each other, exhausted, and lay breathing heavily side by side. Their lips and tapili parts were exceedingly puffed and red. Their skins shone with sweat, saliva, and other secretions. Their bodies were mottled like jaguar hide, with the marks of bites and kisses. I quietly got up from my place beside the bed, and, with shaking hands, gathered up the drawings scattered around my chair. When I had withdrawn to a corner of the room, something delicate also arose, and, moving weakly, like someone just recovering from an illness, slowly put on her clothes. She avoided looking at me, but I could see that there were tears running down her face. "You will want to rest," Jadestone Doll said to her, and pulled on the bell rope over the bed. "Pizza will show you to a private chamber." Something delicate was still quietly weeping when the sleepy slave guided her from the room. I said in an unsteady voice, "Suppose she tells her husband?" "She could not bear to," the Unqueen said with assurance, "and she will not. Let me see the drawings." I handed them over, and she studied them minutely, one by one. So that is what it looks like. Exquisite. And here I thought I had experienced every kind of... What a pity my Lord Nezihualpili has provided me only aged and plain-faced servant women. I think I will keep something delicate on call for quite a while. I was glad to hear that, since I knew what the woman's fate would otherwise and quickly be. The girl gave the drawings back to me, then stretched and yawned voluptuously. "Do you know, Fetch, I truly believe it was better than anything I have enjoyed since that old Huashteca object I used to employ." It seemed reasonable, I thought, as I went to my own chambers. A woman ought to know, better than any man, how to play upon the body of another woman. Only a woman could so intimately know all the most tender, hidden, secret, responsive surfaces and recesses of her own body, hence those of any other woman's. It followed, then, that a man could improve his sexual talents, could enhance his own enjoyment and that of his every female partner by knowing those same things. So I spent much time studying the drawings, and fixing in my memory the intimacies I had witnessed, which the pictures could not portray. I was not proud of the part I had played in the degradation of something delicate, but I have always believed that a man should try to learn and profit from his involvement in even the most lamentable occurrences. I do not mean to say that the rape of something delicate was the most lamentable event I ever knew in my life. Another was awaiting me when I went home again to Shaltakan for the festival of Akpanitsli. That name means the sweeping of the road, and refers to the religious rituals performed to assure that the coming harvest of maize would be a good one. The festival was celebrated in our 11th month, about the middle of your August, and consisted of various rites, all culminating in the enactment of the birth of the maize god Sentiotl. That was a ceremonial time, entirely given over to the women. All the men, even most of the priests, were mere spectators. It began with Shaltakan's most venerable and virtuous wives and widows going about with brooms specially made of feathers, sweeping out all the island's temples and other holy places. Then, under the direction of our female temple attendants, women did all the singing, dancing, and music playing on the climactic night. A virgin chosen from among the island girls played the part of Tetuinan, the mother of all the gods. The high point of the night was the act she did atop our temple pyramid, all by herself, with no male partner. Her pretense of being deflowered and impregnated, then going through the pains of labor and of giving birth. After that she was put to death with arrows by women archers, who did the job with earnest dedication but with little skill, so she usually died an untidy and prolonged death. Of course, there was always a substitution at the last moment, since we never sacrificed one of our own maidens, unless for some peculiar reason she insisted on volunteering. So it was not really the virgin portraying Tetuinan who died, but some dispensable female slave or a female prisoner captured from another people. For the simple role of dying, it was not required that she be a virgin, and sometimes it was a very old woman who was dispatched on that night. When, after having been clumsily chipped and minced and pierced by countless arrows, the woman was finally dead, a few priests participated for the first time. They came out from the pyramid temple in which they had been hidden behind her, and, still almost invisible because of their black garb, dragged the corpse inside the temple. There they quickly flayed the skin from one of her thighs. A priest put that conical cap of flesh on his head and bounded forth from the temple to a blast of music and song. The young god of the maze, Centeotl, had been born. He skipped down the pyramid stairs, joined the women dancers, and they all danced the rest of the night away. I tell all this now because I suppose that year's ceremony proceeded as in all the years before. I have to suppose because I did not stay to see it. The generous Prince Willow had again lent me his alkali and oarsmen, and I arrived on Chaltacan to find that others, Paktli, Chimali, and Tlatli, had also again come home from their distant schools for that holiday. Paktli, in fact, was home to stay, having just then completed his Kalmakak education. That made me worry. He would now have no occupation at all, except to wait for his father Red Heron to die and vacate the throne. Meanwhile, Paktli could concentrate all his time and energy on securing the wife he desired, my unconsenting sister, with the help of his staunchest ally, my title-hungry mother. But I had a more immediate worry. Chimali and Tlatli were so eager to see me that they were waiting at the jetty when my canoe made fast, and they were dancing with excitement. They both began talking, shouting, and laughing before I had even set foot on shore. Mole, the most wonderful thing. Our first summons, Mole, to do works of art abroad. It took me some time, and some shouting of my own, before I could sort out and comprehend what they had to say. When I did, I was appalled. My two friends were the Meshika artists of whom Jadestone Doll had spoken. They would not be returning to Tenochtitlan after the holiday. They would be accompanying me when I went back to Texcoco. Tlatli said, I am to do sculptures, and Chimali is to color them so they seem alive. So said the message of the Lady Jadestone Doll. Imagine, the daughter of one Yue Tlatoani and the wife of another. Surely no other artists our age have ever before been so honored. Chimali said, we had no idea the Lady Jadestone Doll had ever seen the work we did in Tenochtitlan. Tlatli said, seen it and admired it enough to summon us to travel so many one-long runs. The lady must have good taste." I said thinly, "The lady has numerous tastes." My friends perceived that I was a little infected by their excitement, and Jamali said, almost apologetically, "This is our first real commission, Mole. The statues and paintings we did in the city were but adornments for the new palace being built by Ahuetzotl, and we were no more highly regarded or any better paid than the stonemasons. Now this message says we are even to have our own private studio, all equipped and waiting. Naturally we are related. Is there some reason why we should not be?" Tlotli asked, "Is the lady a female tyrant who will work us to death?" I could have said that he had put it succinctly when he spoke of being worked to death, but I said instead, "The lady has some eccentricities. We will have plenty of time in which to talk of her. Right now, I myself am much fatigued by my own working." "Of course," said Chimali. "Let us carry your luggage for you, Mole. You greet your family, eat and rest, and then you must tell us everything about Texcoco and Nezahualpili's court. We do not want to appear there as ignorant provincials." On the way to my house, the two continued to chatter merrily of their prospects, but I was silent, thinking deeply of their prospects. I knew very well that Jadestone Doll's crimes would eventually be exposed. When that happened, Nezahualpili would avenge himself upon all who had aided or abetted the girl's adulteries, and the murders to hide the adulteries, and the statues to flaunt the murders. I had some slim hope that I might be acquitted, since I had acted strictly on the orders of her husband himself. Jadestone Doll's other servants and attendants had acted on her orders. They could not have disobeyed, but that fact would earn them no mercy from the dishonored Nezahualpili. Their necks were already inside the flower-garlanded noose. The woman Pizza, and the gate guard, and perhaps Master Pishkito, and soon Tlotli and Chimali. My father and sister welcomed me with warm embraces, my mother with a half-hearted one, which she excused by explaining that her arms were limp and weary from having wielded a broom all day in various temples. She went on at great length about the island women's preparations for the observance of Akpanistli, little of which I heard, as I was trying to think of some ruse to get away alone somewhere with Tsitsi. I was just eager to demonstrate to her some of the things I had learned from watching Jadestone Doll and Something Delicate. I was also anxious to talk to her about my own equivocal position at the Texcoco court, and to ask her advice as to what, if anything, I should do to avert the imminent arrival there of Jamali and Tlotli. The opportunity never came. The night came, with our mother still complaining about the amount of work involved in the sweeping of the road. The black night came, and with it came the black-garbed priests. 4 of them came, and they came for my sister. Without so much as a mishpancinco to the head of the house, priests were always contemptuous of the common civilities. One of them demanded, addressing nobody in particular, "This is the residence of the maiden Chiuk Nawi Akatl Tsitlini?" His voice was thick and gobbly, like that of a Gallipovo fowl, and the words hard to understand. That was the case with many priests, for one of their penitential diversions was to bore a hole through their tongue, and, from time to time, tear the hole wider by drawing reeds or ropes or thorns through it. "My daughter," said our mother, with a prideful gesture in her direction. "9 read the sound of small bells ringing." "Tsitsitlini," the grubby old man said directly to her, "we come to inform you that you have been chosen for the honor of enacting the goddess Tetuinan on the final night of Akpanitsli." "No," said my sister, with her lips, though no sound came out. She stared at the 4 men in her ragged black robes, and she stroked a trembling hand across her face. Its fawn skin had gone the color of the palest amber. "You will come with us," said another priest. "There are some preliminary formalities." "No," said Tsitsi again, that time aloud. She turned to look at me, and I almost flinched at the impact of her eyes. They were wide, terrified, as bottomlessly black as were Jadestone dolls when she used the pupil-dilating drug. My sister and I both knew what were the preliminary formalities. A physical examination conducted by the priest's female attendants to ascertain that the honored maiden was indeed a maiden. As I have said, Tsitsi knew the means to seem impeccably a virgin, and to deceive the most suspicious examiner. But she had had no warning of the sudden swoop of the raptor priests, no reason to prepare, and now there was no time to do so. "Tsitsitlini," our father said chidingly, "no one refuses Tlamakaski, or the summons he brings. It would be rude to the priest. It would show disdain for the delegation of women who have accorded you this honor, and, far worse, it would insult the goddess Tetuinan herself. It would also annoy our esteemed governor," our mother put in. "The Lord Red Heron has already been advised of the choice of this year's virgin, and so has his son, Paklitzin." "No one advised me," said my sister, with one last flash of rebellion. She and I knew now who had proposed her for the role of Tetuinan, without consulting her or asking her permission. We also knew why. It was so that our mother might take vicarious credit for the performance Tsitsi would give, so that our mother might preen in the applause of the whole island, so that her daughter's public pantomime of the sex act would further inflame the Lord Joy's lust, and so that he would be more than ever ready to elevate our whole family to the nobility in exchange for the girl. "My lord priests," Tsitsi pleaded, "I am truly not suitable. I cannot act a part, not that part. I would be awkward and laughed at. I would shame the goddess." "That is totally untrue," said one of the 4. "We have seen you dance, girl. Come with us, now." "The preliminaries take only a few minutes," our mother said. "Go along, Tsitsi, and when you return we will discuss the making of your costume. You will be the most brilliant Tetuinan ever to bear the infant Kentiodal." "No," my sister said again, but weakly, desperate for any excuse. It is the wrong time of the moon for me." "There is no saying no," barked the priest. "There are no acceptable pretexts. You come, girl, or we take you." She and I had no chance even to say goodbye, since the presumption was that she would be gone only a brief time. As Tsitsi moved to the door, and the 4 malodorous old men closed about her, she flung one despairing look back at me. I almost missed seeing it, for I was looking about the room for a weapon, anything I could use for a weapon. I swear, if I had had Bloodglutton's maquahuitl at hand, I would have slashed our way through the priests and parents, weeds to be mowed, and we too would have fled for safety somewhere, anywhere. But there was nothing sharp or heavy within reach, and it would have been futile for me to attack barehanded. I was then 20 years old, a man grown, and I could have bested all 4 of the priests, but my work-toughened father could have held me back without much effort. And that, for sure, would have caused suspicion, interrogation, verification, and the doom would have been upon us. I have often since then asked myself, would not that doom have been preferable to what did happen? Some such thought flickered through my mind at that moment, but I wavered. I hesitated. Was it because I knew, in a cowardly corner of my mind, that I was not involved in Tsitsi's predicament, and probably would not be, which made me waver, which made me hesitate? Was it because I held to some desperate hope that she could yet deceive the examiners, that she was not yet in danger of disgrace, which made me waver, which made me hesitate? Was it simply my immutable and inescapable tonali, or hers, which made me waver, which made me hesitate? I will never know. All I know is that I wavered, I hesitated, and the moment for action was gone, as Tsitsi was gone, with her honor guard of vulturine priests, into the darkness. She did not come home that night. We sat and waited until long past the normal bedtime, until long past the midnight trumpeting of the temple conch, and we talked not at all. My father looked worried, doubtless about his daughter, and the cause for the unusual attenuation of the preliminary formalities. My mother looked worried, doubtless about the possibility that her carefully woven scheme for self-advancement had somehow come unraveled. But at last she laughed and said, "Of course, the priests would not send Tsitsi home in the dark. The temple maidens have given her a chamber there for the night. We are foolish to wait sleepless. Let us go to bed." I went to my pallet, but I did not sleep. I worried that if the examiners had found Tsitsi to be no virgin, and how could they find otherwise, the priests could very well take rapacious advantage of that fact. All the priests of all our gods were ostensibly bound to an oath of celibacy, but no rational person believed that they observed it. The temple women would truthfully state that Tsitsi came to them already devoid of her Chitoli membrane and virginally tight closure. That condition could only be blamed on her own prior wantonness. When she left the temple again, whatever might have happened to her in the interim, she could prove no charges against the priests. I tossed in anguish upon my pallet as I imagined those priests using her throughout the night, one after another, and gleefully calling in all the other priests from all the other temples on the island. Not because any of them was sexually starved,
They presumably used their temple women at will. But, as you reverend friars may have observed among your own religious, the kind of women who dedicated their lives to temple service were seldom of a face or form to drive a normal man delirious with desire. The priests must have been overjoyed that night to receive a gift of new young flesh of the most desirable girl on Chaldecan. I saw them flocking to Tseetse's defenseless body, in hordes, like vultures to an uncaring cadaver, flapping like vultures, hissing like vultures, taloned like vultures, black like vultures. They observed another oath, never to disrobe once they had taken the priestly vow. But, even if they broke that oath, to fall naked upon Tseetse, their bodies would still be black and scaly and fetid, having been unwashed ever since they took to the priesthood. I hope it was all in my fevered imagination. I hope that my beautiful and beloved sister did not spend that night as carrion for the vultures to tear at. But no priest ever afterward spoke of her stay in the temple, either to confirm or to refute my imaginings. And Tseetse did not come home in the morning. A priest came, one of the 4 of the night before, and his face was blank of expression as he reported simply, "Your daughter does not qualify to represent Tetuinan in the ceremonies. She has at some time carnally known at least one man." "Ya, Otia, ya," my mother wailed. "This ruins everything." "I do not understand," my father muttered. "She was always such a good girl. I cannot believe." "Perhaps," the priest said blandly to them, "you would care to volunteer your daughter for the sacrifice instead." I said to the priest, through my teeth, "Where is she?" He said indifferently, "When the examining women found her unsatisfactory, we naturally reported to the governor's palace that another candidate must be sought, at which the palace requested that 9 Reed Tseetsetlini be delivered there this morning for an interview with—" "Paktli," I blurted. "He will be desolated," said my father, sadly shaking his head. "He will be infuriated, you fool," spat my mother. "We will all suffer his wrath, because of your slut of a daughter." I said, "I shall go to the palace immediately." "No," the priest said firmly. "The court no doubt appreciates your concern, but the message was most specific, that only the daughter of this family would be admitted. 2 of our temple women are escorting her there. None of the rest of you is to seek audience until and unless you are summoned." Tseetse did not come home that day, and no one else came to call, since the whole island by then must have been aware of our familial disgrace. Not even the festival organizing women came to collect my mother to do her day's sweeping. That evidence of her ostracism, by women whom she had expected soon to be looking down upon, made her even more than ordinarily vociferous and shrill. She passed the dreary day in scolding my father for his having let his daughter run wild, and in scolding me for having doubtless introduced my sister to some evil friends of mine, and letting one of them debauch her. The accusation was ludicrous, but it gave me an idea. I slipped out of the house and went to seek Chimali and Tlatli. They received me with some embarrassment and with awkward words of commiseration. I said, "One of you can help Tseetsetlini, if you will." If there is anything we can do, of course we will, said Chimali. Tell us, Mole. You know for how many years the insufferable Pactolly has been besieging my sister. Everyone knows it. Now everyone knows that Tsetse preferred someone else over him. So the Lord Joy has been made to seem lovesick and besotted for having pursued a girl who despised him. Simply to salve his wounded pride, he will take out his humiliation on her, and he can do it in some horrible manner. One of you could prevent his doing that. How? Asked Tlotli. Marry her, I said. No one will ever know what a heart pain it cost me to say that. For what I meant was, I give her up. Take her away from me. My two friends reeled slightly and looked at me with goggling astonishment. My sister has erred, I went on. I cannot deny it. But you both have known her since we all were children, and you surely know that she is no promiscuous wanton. If you can forgive her misstep, and believe that she did it only to avert the unwelcome prospect of marrying the Lord Joy, then you know that you could find no more chaste and faithful and upstanding wife for yourself. I need not add that she is probably the most beautiful you would ever find. The two exchanged an uneasy look. I could hardly blame them. That radical proposal must have hit them with the stunning abruptness of lightning thrown by Tlaloc. You are Tsetse's only hope, I said urgently. Pactolly now has her in his power, as the supposed maiden suddenly found to be not so. He can accuse her of having gone astraddle the road. He can even make the lying claim that she was his betrothed, and that she was deliberately unfaithful to him. That would be tantamount to adultery, and he could persuade the Lord Red Heron to condemn her to death. But he cannot do that to a woman legitimately married or spoken for. I looked hard into the eyes of Chimali, then Tlotli. If one of you were to step forward and publicly ask for her hand, they dropped their eyes from mine. Oh, I know. It would take some bravery, and it would subject you to some derision. You would be taken for the one who had despoiled her in the first place. But marriage would atone for that, and it would rescue her from anything Pactolly might do. It would save her, Chimali. It would be a noble deed, Tlotli. I beg and entreat you. They both looked at me again, and there was now real chagrin in their faces. Tlotli spoke for them both. We cannot, Mole. Not either of us. I was grievously disappointed and hurt. But, more than that, I was puzzled. If you said you will not, I might understand. But you cannot? They stood side by side before me, stocky Tlotli and a reedy Chimali. They looked pityingly at me, then turned to each other, and I could not tell what was in their mutual gaze. Tentatively, uncertainly, each reached out a hand and took the other's, their fingers intertwining. Standing there, now linked, forced by me to confess a bond I had never remotely suspected, they looked at me again. The look proclaimed a defiant pride. Oh, I said, demolished. After a moment, I said, forgive me. When you declined, I should not have persisted. Tlotli said, we do not mind your knowing, Mule,
but we would not care to have it common gossip. I tried again. Then would it not be to your advantage for one of you to make a marriage? I mean, simply go through the motions of the ceremony. Afterwards, I could not, said Jumali, with quiet obstinacy, and I would not let Tlotli. It would be a weakness, a sullying of what we feel for each other. Look at it this way, Mole. Suppose someone asked you to marry one of us. Well, that would be contrary to all law and custom, and scandalous. But it would be just the opposite if one of you took Tsitsi to wife. Only in name, Jumali, and later... No, he said, and then added, perhaps sincerely, we are sorry, Mole. So am I. I sighed as I turned and left. But I determined that I would come back to them and press my proposal. I had to convince one of them that it would be to the benefit of us all. It would deliver my sister from danger. It would quell any possible conjectures about the relationship between Tlotli and Jumali, and about the relationship between Tsitsi and me. They could openly bring her with them when they came to Texcoco, and secretly bring her to me, for me. The more I thought about it, the more the plan seemed ideal for everybody concerned. Jumali and Tlotli could not continue to refuse the marriage on the selfish excuse that it would somehow tarnish their own love. I would persuade them, if necessary by the brutal threat of exposing them as Kualuntin. Yes, I would come back to Tlotli and Jumali. But as things turned out, I did not. It was already too late. That night, again, Tsitsi did not come home. In spite of everything, I slept, and I did not dream of vultures, but of Tsitsi and myself, and the immense jar which held the household water supply, and which bore Jumali's handprint in blood. In my dream, I was back at that time, during the lifeless days, when Tsitsi had sought an excuse for us to get out of the house together. She had overturned and broken the water jar. The water sluiced all about the floor, and splashed up as far as my face. I awoke in the night to find my face wet with tears. The summons from the governor's palace came the next morning, and it was not, as one would expect, for the head of the house, my father, to bed Ceylon. The messenger announced that the lords Red Heron and Joy requested the immediate presence of my mother. My father sat meek and silent, his head bowed, avoiding my eyes, the whole time we awaited her return. When she came back, her face was pale, and her hands were unsteady as they unwound the shawl from around her head and shoulders. But her manner was surprisingly inspirited. She was no longer the woman irate at having been deprived of a title, and she was not at all the bereaved mother. She told us, "It seems we have lost a daughter, but we have not lost everything." Lost her how? I asked. Tsitsi never arrived at the palace, said my mother, without looking at me. She slipped away from the temple women escorting her, and she ran away. Of course, poor Paktlisin is nearly demented by the whole course of events. When the women reported her flight, he ordered a search of the entire island. A fowler reports his canoe missing. "You remember," she said to my father, "how your daughter once threatened to do just that, to steal an alkali and flee to the mainland?" "Yes," he said dully. "Well, it seems she has done so. There is no telling in which direction she went, so Paxley has reluctantly given up the search. He is as heartbroken as we are." That was so patently a lie that my mother hurried on before I could speak. "We must regard the departed Tsitsitlini as lost to us for good. She has fled as she said she would, forever. It is no one's doing but her own, and she will not dare to show her face on Chantecain again." I said, "I do not believe any of this." But she ignored me and went on, addressing my father. "Like Paxley, the governor shares our grief, but he does not hold us to blame for the misbehavior of our wayward daughter. He said to me, 'I have always respected Head Nodder,' and he said to me, 'I would like to do something to help assuage his disillusion and bereavement.' And he said to me, 'Do you suppose Head Nodder would accept the promotion to become chief quarrier in charge of all the quarries?' My father's bowed head jerked up, and he exclaimed, 'What?' Those are the words Red Heron spoke. In charge of all the quarries on Chantecain. He said, 'It cannot make up for the shame the man has suffered, but it may demonstrate my regard for him.' I said again, 'I do not believe any of this.' The Lord Red Heron had never before spoken of my father as Head Nodder, and I doubted that he even knew of the Petzalon's nickname. Still ignoring my interjections, my mother said to my father, 'We have been unfortunate in our daughter, but we are fortunate in having such a Dekutley. Any other might have banished us all. Consider, Red Heron's own son has been mocked and insulted by our own daughter, and he offers you this token of compassion.' 'Chief Quarrier,' my father mumbled, looking rather as if he had been hit on the head by one of his own quarry stones. 'I would be the youngest ever.' 'Will you accept it?' my mother asked. My father stammered. Why? It is small recompense for having lost a loving daughter, however errant she. 'Will you accept it?' my mother repeated, more sharply. 'It is a hand extended in friendship,' my father maundered on. 'To refuse that, after my lord has once been insulted, it would be another insult, and even more. Will you accept it?' 'Why, yes, I must. I will accept it. I could not do otherwise. Could I?' 'There,' said my mother, much pleased. She dusted her hands together as if she had just completed some disagreeably dirty task. 'We may not ever be nobles, thanks to the wench whose name I will never again pronounce. But we are one step higher in the Maquahalton. And, since the Lord Red Heron is willing to overlook our disgrace, so will be everyone else. We can still hold our heads high, not hang them in shame. Now,' she concluded briskly, 'I must go out again. The women of the delegation are waiting for me to join them in sweeping the temple pyramid.' 'I will walk part way with you, my dear,' said my father. 'I think I will take a look at the western quarry while the workers are on holiday. I have long suspected that the master quarrier in charge there has overlooked a significant stratum.' As they went together out the door, my mother turned back to say, 'Oh, Meechley, Will you pack your sister's belongings and stow them somewhere? Who knows? She may some day send a porter for them. I knew she never would or could, but I did as I was bidden, and packed in the baskets everything I could recognize as a possession of hers. Only one thing I did not pack and hide: her little bedside figurine of Xochiquetzal, goddess of love and flowers, the goddess to whom young girls prayed for a happy married life. Alone in the house, alone with my thoughts, I translated my mother's story into what I was sure had happened in fact. Tsitsi had not escaped from her guardian women. They had duly delivered her to Pachtli at the palace. He, in a fury, and in what manner I tried not to imagine, had put my sister to death. His father might have been fully in accord with the execution, but he was a notably fair-minded man, and he could not have condoned a killing in cold blood, done without due process of trial and condemnation. The Lord Red Heron would have had the choice, then, of bringing his own son to trial, or of covering up the whole affair. So he and Pachtli, and, I suspected, Pachtli's long-time conspirator, my mother, had concocted the story of Tsitsi's escape and flight in a stolen canoe. And, to smooth things over even more neatly, to discourage questions or a renewed search for the girl, the governor had thrown a sop to my father. After stowing Tsitsi's belongings, I packed those of my own which I had brought with me from Texcoco. The last thing I tucked into my portable wicker basket was the figurine of Xochiquetzal. Then I shouldered the basket and left the house, never to come back again. When I walked down toward the lakeshore, a butterfly accompanied me for a while, and several times fluttered in circles around my head. I was fortunate enough to find a fisherman who was irreverently determined to go on working during the Okpanitsli festival, and who was even then preparing to paddle out to await the twilight rising of the lake's whitefish. He agreed to row me all the way to Texcoco, for a payment considerably in excess of what he could have earned from a whole night's fishing. On the way, I asked him, "Have you heard of any fisherman or fowler losing a canoe recently? Of anyone's acolyte having floated away or been stolen?" "No," he said. I looked back at the island, sunlit and peaceful in the summer afternoon. It sprawled on the lake water as it always had and always would, except that it would never again know the sound of small bells ringing, or give another thought to such a small deprivation. The Lord Red Heron, the Lord Joy, my mother and father, my friends Chimali and Tlatli, all the other inhabitants of Chantacan, they had already agreed to forget. I had not. "Why, Head Nodder!" exclaimed the Lady of Tolan, the first person I encountered on my way to my apartment in the palace. "You have come back early from your holiday at home." "Yes, my lady. Chantacan no longer feels like home to me, and I have many things to do here." "Do you mean you are homesick for Texcoco?" she said, smiling. "Then we must have made you learn to like us here." "I am delighted to think so, Head Nodder." "Please, my lady," I said huskily, "do not call me that any more. I have seen enough of head nodding." "Oh?" she said, her smile fading as she studied my face. Whatever name you prefer, then. I thought of the several things I had to do, and I said to her, Tlelectic Meachly is the name I was given from the Book of Divination and Prophecies. Call me what I am, Dark Cloud. Hello, it's Carter here. How's it going? I made a comment last time about how when I read this book 2 years ago, I was getting kind of bored during this part, and that was not the case at all this time around. This part I found to be very eventful. Uh, when I was at this part in the book last time, I was actually in Alaska, so I was like a little distracted from reading, I suppose. I was taking some very long breaks, and it was very drawn out, and it made it feel that way. Those festivals were a lot of fun. It was a fucking downer at the end, though. I do apologize for the varying audio quality, and it kind of clips occasionally, but it gets a little better if you turn the volume down a bit. But it is almost Christmas at the time of recording this, and I have asked for a little headset mic so that'll make me more comfortable reading it. That'll probably help me read it faster if I'm more comfortable. And hopefully it'll sound a lot better and it won't clip as much. I do think everything is perfectly understandable, but yeah, I mean, we got plenty of time, so there will still be plenty of good sounding audio in the future. There also may have been some mistakes in my reading that might have slipped through. I have been editing this, but my system has finally evolved to the point now, I'd say, where in the future there's not going to be any more mistakes. It's just going to be good. One more thing. I have been considering taking a break from Aztec once we reach the halfway point, which is in 3 more parts. And I will instead be reading and recording another smaller Gary Jennings book. I know which book it is, but I think we'll keep it a secret for now. But I think it's going to be a lot of fun. We'll see how I'm feeling though. Maybe I'll just want to power through Aztec. Maybe I'll be having a really good time or something. If I'm not mistaken, there are going to be 12 parts in Aztec. So as far as the parts go, it'll be a little over the halfway point when I take a break, if I take a break. But yeah. Yeah. All right. I love you. Have a good day.